Oh boy. What's the thing that I haven't said in like 2 years? Almost exactly 2 years, actually, because I did just look at the list, and
Oh my god.
September of 19 was the last SpellCast that we did.
Oh, that hurts.
So it's coming up on 2 years. So yeah, welcome back to SpellCast, the Gaming Wizards podcast, even though we're kind of known at this point for not recording consistently. We don't usually have that long of a gap between episodes of the SpellCast, so
Yeah, 2 years. Kind of more than even I expected, actually, but, like, I guess that does kind of check out.
yeah, it's,
Jesus, fuck.
we've had several month-long gaps, probably even a year, but yeah, this is,
2020 doesn't count.
that's a long gap even for us. And yeah. So we have a lot of stuff to talk about. I don't know how long this video is going to end up being, but if you're listening to this on YouTube, you can see in advance the timeline down there. So yeah, just keep in mind that I said that.
Might want to, like, timestamps, like, some sections or something, like, cut it up a bit. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I could do that, actually, because I think YouTube has... I don't know if I could have been doing that at some time before, but... Or if they just added the ability to do that since we did the last spellcast between then and now, if that's a recent addition. I mean, I know you could do timestamps for a while, but you can, like, actually divide videos into chapters based on timestamps now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that might be something I can do in this and future episodes of SpellCast, so we can follow segments of the conversation as it, rambles, and the train of thought jumps track several times and reverses direction and goes off the rails.
And then gets back to Borderlands.
And then gets back to Borderlands or Star Wars. Because that is
Because
still...
all roads lead
to one of those two things.
to Border Wars. Starlands.
Yeah, so, we did just play Worms, and we talked about a bunch of unrelated things there, but
yeah, we rambled a bit.
It was a little bit disjointed and kind of, cut back and forth between us talking about what's going on in the game and what we were talking about before. So we're probably going to repeat some of the stuff we said there.
Yeah, so, like, when we were planning to record Worms, I was like, that might be a good time to just kind of talk about shit. And I forget how, like, easy it is, because, like, Worms should be kind of a mindless game, but, like, there's enough thinking there that, like, you still kind of focus back in on what you're doing.
Yeah, and it's not a story-based game, so there's no, like, characters or developments or, plot to follow along with and be like, it's like, okay, what did they tell us to just go do? It's just an action game for the most part.
Yeah.
Action, strategy, and chaos. So, yeah, it was, it seemed like a good one to come back to after not recording for a year and a half.
Yeah, no, absolutely. God, there's so many games I would love to get to, though, that have come out in the last year or so.
Yeah. Yeah, we wanted to do Psychonauts 2, and we were thinking about trying to do the first one before that one came out.
Yep.
And that didn't happen because Psychonauts 2 came out yesterday.
Yes, it is so good. Have you gotten to play
I have
it yet?
not had a chance to play it yet. I installed it. I haven't had a chance to run it yet. I was thinking it would be in my next stream game, so
Yeah, no, that's totally fair.
I'll be starting that on maybe tomorrow if I get impatient, but definitely Monday. I mean, I don't know when this is going to go up, so relative to the time I am saying that, it's currently Thursday the 26th.
It is the day after Psychonauts 2
day after
Day.
Psychonauts 2 came out, yeah. That's
Psychonauts 2 Day is now a national holiday.
Psychonauts 2 day.
Yep.
August
25th.
5th, right?
Yep. So I started
What is
playing
time
it,
anymore? I don't.
right?
Even before all of that, all that bullshit, you know.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to refer to
Yeah.
2020 as all that bullshit.
Yeah.
And
no,
people will
that's
know
fair.
what you're talking about. Yeah, even before that, like
the
just,
long year.
just that the concept of time is really fucky.
It is. But yeah, so yesterday I started Psychonauts 2 on stream, and I have a couple of very minor complaints, just like going from the first game to the second game.
Right.
There's some things that they changed that I don't like, but as a whole, it's so good.
That doesn't
Like,
surprise me.
It's exactly what I wanted. That, like, the humor lands,
it's more Psychonauts.
yeah, the levels are creative. Like, it's everything you want out of Psychonauts. It's just more. But yeah, like, so one of the things they changed is there's now like a limit to how long you can like levitate. So when you're like floating across like a thing, essentially your little levitation bubble is more of a balloon, and it like kind of drains as you float. So eventually it'll pop and you'll fall. So you can't float forever. And I think that's just kind of, I think they just kind of did that to limit your mobility, because it wouldn't make sense to take away the ability entirely.
Right.
But
it's kind of
it gives you so much
iconic to the series. So.
Yeah, but it gives you so much mobility and like ways to traverse that like they can't really upgrade that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, without like creating like some truly bizarre levels that require like some very specific ways of getting around, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I think that's why they limited how far you can float, is so that you can't just float all the way across the map.
Yeah, if they design the levels with that change in mind, I don't think that's too much of a bad thing necessarily. But I haven't had a chance to experience it yet, so I don't know. Maybe it's slightly more annoying than you're making it sound, or maybe it's
it's not terrible, but it's just like if you've played the first game recently,
if you're used to it.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't feel as good because it's like, oh, my bubble.
Yeah, I can see that being a thing. It'd be like trying to go back to Borderlands 2 with all the Borderlands 3 controls in mind, like how you can slide and jump up onto corners and things. Like that's
no, that's fair.
Like I keep every once in a while thinking it's like I should play Borderlands 2 a little bit more, just for the heck of it. But I'm like, there was so much more that they added in 3 that they're not gonna have in 2 now, and that's gonna be kind of a.
The one that actually fucks me up is the pre-sequel. Because going from the pre-sequel to any of the other games, be it 2 or 3, you don't have you don't have the slam and like the double jump with your oxygen tank.
That too.
And like not having that is such a big thing. Like when you're used to it, it's just like going to any other game fucks me up. Like even going to 3, I was like, I can't go whoosh. Where's my whoosh?
At least they kept the slam though.
It's true.
It works a little bit differently, but
you still kind of have it. Yeah. I
It's
still need to finish 3. One of these days.
I've finished it like 4 times.
One of these days, I'll finish the story, and then I'll start doing the DLCs, which I hear the DLCs are better.
They're pretty good.
I have issues with the main story. Like, it's a little sloppy in some areas.
Yeah,
I feel
the DLC campaigns were self-contained stories. You know, more crazy characters. The writing, the boss fights were, for the most part, nothing amazing or anything. But I mean, as far as the like themes and the settings and all that, it was fun. I liked Guns, Love, and Tentacles, which was heavily Lovecraftian inspired.
That one I'm excited for.
Yeah, just lots of references and things to.
I hear the Krieg one is pretty good.
That one too, yeah. Lots of like that one's probably actually the best one, just in terms of like how it fits. Because like all the other DLCs, it's it doesn't really develop much except Guns, Love, and Tentacles. It's more Hammerlock and Jacob's what's his name, Wainwright.
Yeah.
It's them, their wedding and their relationship. So it's that's probably why I think, besides the Lovecraftian themes, it also develops characters. And the other DLC campaigns, besides the Creek one, they don't. Well, actually, I keep forgetting Handsome Jackpot, which is weird because that was the first one and one of the better ones too, because it also has what is I don't even remember what it's called. It was just a generic Western though, the other DLC, and like it was kind of a
My
cool.
brain's blanking on it.
Yeah, it was kind of a cool setting, but Borderlands has always kind of had sort of one foot in the Western kind of genre, just the
absolutely.
outlaws and mercenaries and bounty hunters and the desert environment and all that. So I guess that particular DLC was probably the odd one out in terms of being good. I mean, it was fine. It wasn't like offensively bad or detrimental to any character's development. It just didn't add anything really. And all the other ones, there was like at least one character or two that you get more.
Yeah, they kind of
they develop their story. So in Handsome Jackpot, Doppelganger Timothy comes back, and he's trapped on Handsome Jack's old casino that Moxie's trying to take over, and basically it's a little bit kind of post-apocalyptic because Handsome Jack died, and basically the casino went into lockdown, trapping all the customers and a bunch of doppelgangers there. So
interesting.
Yeah, so the main antagonist is basically trying to capture Timothy because he's the last living doppelganger who has access to all the stuff that Handsome Jack had access to, and he wants to take over. And yeah, so you learn more about how about what Timothy's been doing and his relationship with Moxie and all that. So that one was good, and Guns, Love, and Tentacles was good, and the Krieg one was good. I'm blanking on what its actual name was, but it's the Krieg one.
Yeah.
That one was also really good.
So, the way
and actually, it's very Psychonauts-esque now that I think about it, because you're going into his, like, mind.
Yeah.
So it's some really crazy, trippy bullshit in there, and yeah. Dealing with, like, psychotic issues and things like that.
Well, one thing I do want to say real quick about, so you mentioned Psychonauts again, and there is one thing I want to circle back to on that, but something I just wanted to mention, when you were talking about the DLCs there, how the fourth one, the like Western one, is like, you described it as okay, not offensively bad, it's just kind of there. That's kind of how I feel about the main story for Borderlands 3.
Yeah, I mean,
So
I don't have any real major problems with it. It's aside from it's just I don't think it lives up to Borderlands 2.
Yeah.
And I think expecting it to is kind of setting yourself up for disappointment to begin with.
I mean,
they didn't develop a lot of things that to set up to be developed.
That's fair. The way I look at it personally is so for context, the last major thing I remember, like I know we played a little past this point, but the last major thing I remember is you have that boss fight where at the end it does like the fake out like continuing in Borderlands 4,
Oh,
and
yeah.
like it sits there for a second before it starts counting down, and it's like 3, 2, 1, and then it resumes the game.
I honestly liked that. I thought that was funny.
It was a dick move, but it was a funny dick move. But like that's the last thing I vividly remember doing in the game is like having that moment. I know we played past that, but like I don't quite remember.
It does.
We were doing.
It does kind of drag on. Like
Yeah.
like it seems like there is good stuff after that part, but like it's like a whole new planet that was, with like a whole new map to, basically an entire new chapter of the game. It's like like you thought you were close to the end, but you're actually only like 3/4 of the way through the game. You still have this much more to go.
Yeah.
And it does,
Which honestly, like that's all fine with me.
it does kind of seem like a lot. Like if you're not rushing through it and you're doing like all the extra side stuff and things,
Which we have been.
it drags it a little bit.
But yeah, so like that's as far as we've played too. So haven't quite finished the game, but towards the end there. But like I feel like as a whole the story, like it doesn't click in the same way 2 did. Like the villains aren't as engaging as Jack was, right? Like
Yeah.
Jack is a high bar for
That's-
villains,
yeah.
to be perfectly honest. He's
And I don't
one of those characters that is super memorable and very like engaging as an antagonist, and like you can also like the more you learn about him, the more you can kind of like relate to what he's doing, like doing the wrong things for the right reason kind of thing.
but still also being an asshole. Like
Yeah.
he was not a good person.
Oh, absolutely.
Like,
he's a
period.
dick.
But like even in his early days, he was still an asshole. He just like, God, I think maybe it was like his voice actor or something in an interview, but he said like the worst kind of villain is the one who thinks they're the hero or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, that's definitely Jack. That's the kind of villain he is. He thinks he's the good guy, and he thinks he's better than everybody else because of it, so he's just an asshole.
Yeah.
And yeah, but as far as the Calypso twins in 3, conceptually I like them.
mhm.
I like the idea that they tried to go for. Like they deliberately made them obnoxious, bratty streamer kids.
Yeah.
And that seems like a recipe for success as far as, Borderlands being
What
it
it
is.
is.
What it
Yeah,
is.
no,
It's like
absolutely.
that's
Conceptually,
that's
they're great.
That was a really good direction to try and take the villain that I probably wouldn't have even thought of.
Yeah. No, conceptually they're great. It's just the execution
Yeah,
doesn't
it's,
quite land
the
how I think they
writing-
wanted it to.
The writing
Um,
and story could have been
But like then
a little better, but
then there's character moments like early in the game with Maya, where like it just feels like they wasted her character. Like I cannot justify that moment in the game as being anything other than like existing for shock value, right? So like in Borderlands
Yeah.
2 when they kill Roland, like that's like an unexpected, it's a big deal. Like they've set up a lot with Roland as a character, like you've had a lot of interactions with the other characters. When they kill Maya, it happens so early and it's so like badly executed, like it just kind of feels dumb. Like there's no reason why she should have died there, and there's like no real good story justification for it. I feel,
and because like when like the Roland's death scene, that is the first time you directly encounter Jack. Like
Yeah.
any other time throughout the game, he's just talking to you through your
Echo
headset
device.
thing, and he sends like his henchmen after you, and he sends robots after you. You never actually see him in person until he teleports behind Roland and shoots him in the back. And,
Yeah.
it's like, holy shit, he's not all talk. He is a legitimately threatening antagonist, and he just killed one of the main characters from the first game. This guy needs to go now. And on top of that, he also, I think that's the moment where he runs off with Lilith after sticking his siren collar thing on her. And
that's
so
where he takes Lilith.
He basically takes out 2 characters from the first game in, 15 seconds.
Yeah, in a matter of seconds, he shows up, caps Roland, and kidnaps Lilith. And, like, it's a big deal, and, like, it's very emotionally resonant, and, like, there was a lot going on with that, whereas Maya's death just feels like they were just kind of...
They tried to do the same thing, and...
There's two ways I look at it.
They didn't really... They didn't really know how to do that again, so they would have been better off just not doing it.
It feels like there's like 2 ways I can look at it, and one of them is that they didn't know what to do with her character. Like, they weren't really sure what they wanted to do with her character, so they're like, okay, well, we'll have her be, like, a mentor to this other girl who's going to become a siren, and I guess we'll just kill her off to like, add to that and expedite that or something.
That is such bullshit, though, because
the
game
terrible.
is all about the sirens and what they do and what the reason for their existence is. And you have Maya off in her monastery, surrounded by, history and presumably learning about it. So, I mean, she's a walking exposition device.
Yeah.
And...
that's what Tannis is for.
Well, I mean, yeah,
Like,
true.
yes, but, like, it doesn't justify the death.
Yeah. There were plenty of things they could have done with her.
Yeah.
And...
so, to me, it's either they were trying to, like, they didn't know what to do with her, so they're like, we'll just kill her off. Or they were just trying to recapture that feeling of killing Roland, but, like, it was sloppier because it's not as well planned, it's not as well set up, it just kind of happens. And, like...
And you kind of expected it, too. Like, you knew they were going to do that. Like, as soon as Borderlands 3 was announced, it's like, okay, there's going to be a lot of fan service here, and they know that people play the second game are going to expect certain things. Which character from the second game are they going to kill off?
That's fair.
That was a question that a lot of people probably had very early on when, shortly after 3 was even announced. It's like, oh god, we're going to lose somebody, aren't we?
And I think it would have been more impactful if, 1, it happened later, and 2, if Krieg was in the main game.
Yeah.
Because, like, his relationship to Maya was, like, part of, like, what built his character. Like, that was in, like, a lot of his early trailers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, having her die in the main story and then putting him in the DLC and not, like, getting to see that directly, like, affect him, like, how much better would that scene have been if Krieg was there with you? Like, if he was on the ship or, like, if he was in the arena when that happened. Like, it would have been a much more emotionally resonant scene because, like, that would have mattered. Whereas Ava is just this annoying new kid that they added in that, like, you really don't like at that point, and I still haven't gotten a reason to like her.
You're not supposed to like her, but I think people ended up hating her a lot more than they were probably supposed to, because she just wasn't that well written of a character. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with having an annoying kid character as long as they don't overdo it, and I didn't feel like they overdid it, but
I think part of it is, like, they killed Maya for, like, her arc.
Yeah, that was...
And, like, it was not very well handled, and I think that bothered a lot of people. But also, I think part of it, too, is the fact that, like, you don't get enough time to get to know Ava as a character to, like, get her past the annoying kid stage to like endearing character stage where you can actually empathize with her having a major loss like that. So that, in addition to it, it just
they didn't.
It was the perfect storm of doing it wrong.
Yeah, I mean they managed to introduce Tiny Tina in the second game and not make her annoying, and she was supposed to be annoying to a certain extent. You know, she was a crazy psychopathic child who makes bombs, and you know you find out little bits about her throughout the story. It's like, oh, her parents were taken by Hyperion and horribly experimented on, and you're helping her find the bandit who sold her parents to Hyperion so you can have a tea party with him, and everything will be fine. Oh, she just electrocuted him. Okay.
Yeah.
But
by all like measures, Tiny Tina should be like an annoying kid character in the second game, but she's not, because she's well executed, well written, and it's very humorous whenever she has dialogue. And you don't really get that with Ava. Like, there's nothing about Ava that is, like, entertaining or humorous to, like, her character.
Yeah, she is just kind of the, like, I mean, typical, like, angsty emo teenager.
Yeah.
That, there's nothing, like Borderlands has always been a darkly comedic game series.
Yeah.
And it definitely, at least in the earlier games, the second one in particular, like the first one, it was, it was mostly a kind of serious game that had its occasional, like, over the top actiony comedic moments, and then the second game
really
will be remembered as
yeah.
the best of the entire series, just because it brought that dark humor out front and center with the villain, and basically built the rest of the tone around that, and throwing in some emotionally resonant bits to ground it a little better. And it worked fantastic, because you spend most of this game laughing. It's like, oh, that psycho said something funny and then he exploded, and it's all funny. It's like, oh shit, Mordecai's best friend just got experimented on and then murdered, and
Bloodwing hurt, man.
That was
I did not see Bloodwing coming. Like, that was that again is just one of those moments where it's just like, Bloodwing was like such a not character. To be fair, like, most of the heroes in the first game were not characters in the first game.
Yeah,
right?
they were,
but
they're the player characters. They aren't really meant to have a lot of development, and they even did more of that in 2.
Yeah, 2
you find,
really started adding
you find out more about the player characters in addition to the other NPCs.
Not only were the player characters, they just had more banter while you were playing, but also, they had the echo logs to kind of give you more of their backstory and, how they got chosen as Vault Hunters. So yeah, no, 2 did a lot really good with that, but, they do a good job of setting up Bloodwing and, Mordecai and relationship with Bloodwing before you actually get to the point where, you're rescuing Bloodwing. So again, it's very well executed. They do a lot really good in Borderlands 2, and ever since then, I think they've kind of floundered to try to recapture that same magic that they really struck gold with that one, and they haven't quite nailed it since. I don't think Borderlands 3 is bad at all.
It was.
It definitely has its issues, but overall, I think it's still fun. It's still a good game. It's just it doesn't live up to 2.
Yeah, and it was honestly never going to, probably.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the more you kind of look at that,
it's kind of amazing that it ended up being as good as it is, even though it's not, the best.
Yeah.
The fact that it came out anywhere near as good as it did is still... It's still a good... I would mark it in the success column. I don't think there has been a bad Borderlands game yet.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
I mean, even the first one, you know, it's like
The first one's
It
a little
was-
rough to go back to,
but it's the starting
but
point.
it's
you know?
still a good game.
You know, it
there's-
started out okay, got good, and stayed decent. I mean,
Yeah.
okay, you know, it never went bad. You know, they never went backwards.
Honestly, that's something I am impressed with so far with Psychonauts 2, is that it has been living up to like the expectations I had for it. So far, I've only done really 2 levels. There's like, of course, like your intro tutorial level, and then there's like there's a level that's like split into 2 halves. Like it's one character's mind, and there's kind of like a before after section to it. So like it's like a weirdly split level, but it's again like very very interesting and cohesive. So it's really just, I've been through 2 levels, even though like it kind of feels like 3, and it's kind of tracked as if it was 3 levels. Like the first section of the level, like when I got to the end of it, I got like the pop-up for you found all the figments. But then the second half of the level is counted separately, so it has its own set of figments. But then like the emotional baggage, like the 5 emotional baggage for the character is split, 2 in one half, 3 in the other half.
That's
So
interesting.
yeah, so it's like they're connected, but they're counted separately when you actually like look at it in like your level log or whatever. But one thing I wanted to mention, because you had brought up like the bosses in the DLCs for Borderlands, is so far I fought 1 boss in Psychonauts 2. Holy fuck, was it good! Like the bosses aren't the most memorable thing in Psychonauts.
Not generally, no.
Most of them are kind of like they're a thing. They happen. They're kind of quick and easy and not like super mechanically interesting. They usually just have like a gimmick that you very quickly figure out.
They tend to be mostly puzzle bosses. It's like, figure out how to make it so you can hurt them while you can hurt them, and then figure out what you have to do next to make them vulnerable again. Kind of
like
that's the formula for most of them.
Having recently replayed it,
a couple where you can just, you know, wail on them, and then they, you know, you can't for a minute for whatever unspecified reason or whatever, you know. But
having recently replayed it, like the lungfish sticks out because like it kind of has some mechanics to it, but like it's not like you basically just run from it, and then when you get to the actual like arena, you just stand behind the clams, and the clams close on their own. So like there's not really a lot you do there. You just kind of wail on them. There's the boss at the end of the Milkman Conspiracy, where you like partway through the fight you have to use clairvoyance on her so you can see in the dark and see where you are to get to her. Sure. But then like if you think of like the boss for Bonita's stage, for Gloria's stage, where you just kind of like light the lamps with pyrokinesis, and like it stuns him, and then you jump down and you hit him, and then you go up and you light the next lamp. Like there's not really a lot going on there. It's just like, all right, stun, hit, stun, hit, stun, hit. The first boss in Psychonauts 2, like it's set my expectations for the rest of the game pretty high, because it actually has like stuff going on with the mechanics where like you get a new psychic ability for the stage that like you use for traversal during part of the boss fight, but then also it's just like it makes you use a lot of your other abilities, and like
it comes out of the gate swinging.
Yeah, it really starts things off really well. I want to say during that fight you are required to use 4 different abilities.
Oh wow.
Because there's a point where they will electrify the floor, so you need to use levitation. I think technically you might be able to stand on, like there's some stacked stuff that you might be able to stand on for that, but generally, depending on where you're at, you're gonna need to use levitation. You have to use telekinesis to like hit the weak points. After the first one, you have to use like your psi blasts to get to the weak points, and then you have to use the new ability to actually like get up where you actually deal damage to the boss. Like it makes you use a lot of different stuff, and it's like this is cool because like I feel like I'm doing a lot as opposed to just using like one ability to light a candle.
Yeah. So
The first
it's
game was
more-
memorable not for its boss fights, but for its narrative and its story and the
Yeah,
creativity of the
design
levels.
and the concepts and the writing.
Yeah. And the second one, I think, has a lot of potential from what I've seen so far of being just as good on all those fronts of level design and writing and like character development and stuff, while also having that option of, hey, the boss fights are actually good too.
Huh.
So I'm excited to play more of the game. Like, I was dreaming about playing the game.
I'm excited to play any of it
Yeah.
soon.
I think you will love it. I love it so far. Like there's a part where there was a part near where I ended stream. It's after you beat the second level, and it's like I want to mention it because it caught me so off guard, but I don't want to spoil the just unexpectedness of
Yeah.
that for you. So I'll wait till you play it before we talk more on that. But yeah.
Did you get around to watching a playthrough of Rhombus of Ruin?
Yes, I was actually just about to mention that. I did the day before it came out. Because I went and found a video like a week ago, but I finally got around to watching it just before the game came out. I did watch. I found like a all the cutscenes version or whatever of Rhombus of Ruin and watched through that. I love how like Rhombus of Ruin perfectly bridges between the two games because
Oh, is that right?
um
So it picks up.
it picks up where Rhombus left off.
Cool. I was kind of wondering about that.
Yeah. End of the first game, it's right where Rhombus picks up, and end of Rhombus, it's right where Psychonauts 2 picks up. So it's like the perfect little interquel, and like the overarching story for 2 so far, at least in the early part of the game, seems to be like you're trying to figure out who. Like, the way it opens is you're trying to figure out who Lobato was working for.
Yeah.
Like, who hired him to kidnap Zanato. So, there's some interesting stuff
that's
already
right.
going on, some interesting mysteries for that I look forward to uncovering. But yeah, like the little rat that was with Lily that, like, kind of helps you through segments of Rhombus. Like,
yeah.
Harold just is walking around the Psychonauts facility now.
He's just there.
Yeah, like when you get to the facility, the rat comes in with you, and like you'll see him running around. He helps you with a couple sections again. So I was like, cool, they brought back Harold.
That's great.
Well, when I was playing the game, even though I had just watched Rhombus, at first I couldn't remember his name. I was like, something with an H? Harvey?
Harvey? Henry?
That's not right. Henry?
Harry?
That's not
Harrison?
right. It's Harold. Harold the rat. But yeah, it is so far from what I've seen, it's shaping up to be a fantastic game. We'll see how I feel about it the further into it I get, but so far no complaints, which is always a good sign. But yeah, other than that, I've actually not been playing a lot of games lately. There's a lot of games I've been wanting to play more of or like try out, but like I've been playing a bit of Final Fantasy X on and off. I recently did this fight against Seymour on the mountain.
Oh, yeah?
You know, the fight
How'd that go?
the fight that everyone remembers because it's such a pain in the dick. Turns out I have apparently grinded enough just from trying to do other stuff. Because, like, when I got to the Calmlands, I tried to do everything I could in the Calmlands before leaving it. Like, I did all the Chocobo races, so I have the Celestial Mirror to get people's legendary weapons, and I got, like, all the bonus items you can get through, like, that style of race, and then I did the race to get Titus's thing, which, fuck that race, by the way. It's the worst minigame of all time.
I don't think I did any of the mini games except for like
the required game of Blitzball.
Yeah.
So,
I could not make heads or tails of that. I don't. Was it even possible to actually lose? I don't remember.
Yes. Generally, it's harder to win that game of Blitzball than it is to lose it.
Huh.
But as long as you kind of know what you're like, as long as you kind of figure out what you're doing, it's winnable. It's generally a little easier to lose it. I totally fucked something up when I was playing, and I like accidentally unequipped Titus's, because like you hit the halfway point, and like you can like characters level up and you can equip abilities and stuff. And I accidentally unequipped Ject Shot from Titus apparently. So I was like, oops. I still won, but like it was close. I was actually really upset because I had this like perfect shot lineup right as the timer hits, where like it switches Titus out for Waka. So like mid animation for the shot, which like would have gone in, it hits cutscene and it brings Waka in, and I have to like retry to make that shot because I needed the shot to get ahead. So that was a little frustrating, but I still managed it. But yeah, like. So, one of the things you can do in the Calmlands is, there's the monster arena, where you can capture monsters throughout the game, and when you go to the arena, you can fight those monsters, so it's a way to get, like, extra items and stuff, and as you capture, like, so many numbers of, like, each monster, the guy who owns the arena will, like, add special monsters. Like, he'll, like, make monsters or something. In order to get the final one, the, like, super boss that's tied to the monster arena, you have to get 10 of every monster. And he sells special weapons that have an ability on them called Capture. So, like, and then they have, like, one free slot, so you can kind of, you know, put what you need there. Most characters, I just put Censor, because being able to see stats is nice.
Yeah.
But I spent a bunch of time just running around the Calmlands trying to get 10 of everything in the Calmlands, including Marlboros, which was not a fan of them. But because I was doing that, I got a lot of AP, so I was able to level really high. So when I got to Seymour, I made him my bitch.
Wow.
I was like, oh, that's where we're at. Like, it was not a challenge at all. I only had 2 characters go down. One was from his, like, big AoE that does a shit ton of damage, and it was just a character that has low health. And one was when I didn't realize that he had hit Lulu with zombie, like, I wasn't paying attention, and I used Elbed potions to, like, heal the party, and I just murdered Lulu. And I was like, oops! Sorry!
Oh, man. Zombie's a bitch, though.
Yeah, it's the worst status effect.
That's why I haven't beaten Unalesca.
Yep.
After not having tried and like
prepping for the Seymour fight, like half of my characters have some sort of zombie ward on them. So like when I get to Unalesca, I got the armor I need. But yeah, no, that fight's a bitch. Cause you don't want your party to all be zombies, cause she throws cures at you. But you don't want your party to all be not zombies because she'll cast Megadeth, which will just kill everyone. And I don't think their music's that bad. But yeah,
that took me a second. I was like, what?
Good, I'm glad. But yeah, I need to show you the fucking god-awful Chocobo racing in that game, though. So there's a Chocobo racing minigame. So to learn how to ride one, you go and you find a person, you talk to them, and like you can do some like mini games to like learn how to ride. And the 4th minigame is the one that matters. It's the race where you're racing the trainer. So there's balloons that when you pick them up when you get to the end, if you pick up balloons, it lowers your completion time by 3 seconds.
Ah.
There's birds that will spawn and like try to dive bomb you. And if a bird hits you, it adds 3 seconds to your final time, in addition to the fact that when they hit you, they kind of stun you in place.
That's bullshit.
Yeah. So it's a race, so the other person will also be picking up the balloons. So you want to try to get ahead of them so you can get more of the balloons. And you're constantly so like 2 birds will dive at you and 2 birds will dive at them, and if like they're behind you, when their birds go to dive at them, you're going to get hit by them. So, like, you gotta, like, really, like, weave back and forth. But, like, the area you're supposed to stay in is very specific. So if you, like, go too far to the side, the game will, like, kind of, like, auto-jerk you back in.
Ugh.
You have to get... So, to get... the way the ultimate weapons work for the characters, right? You find the weapon, and the weapon has no skills on it. The only skill it has on it is the no AP skill. So while it's equipped... you don't gain any experience points.
Right.
There's 2 items you get, a crest and a sigil for every character's weapon. The crests are generally just found in chests. Like, you just kind of find them in the world. The sigils require something special for each character.
Right.
For Titus's, you have to finish the Chocobo race with a completion time of 0.
Oh. So, no getting hit, and every single balloon.
You can get hit, I think, once or twice, depending on how many balloons you pick up. Usually, if you get hit twice, you end up getting fucked up because of the fact that like it stuns you in place for a couple seconds. So basically, each bird is essentially a +5 instead of a +3. I spent like 3 hours one night just doing that until I won it.
Ugh, I would not. I would not have the patience to even.
All right, well,
I cannot think of any situation where I would be like, I could do that.
It was 2 to 3 hours of racing, like in that time frame, and each race, like the actual time it takes you to get from the start to the end, generally is about a minute. Once you kind of get better at it, it's about 30 to 40 seconds to like actually get from the start to the end. And I was doing it for 2 fucking hours. Yeah, it's the worst minigame of all time. The Chocobos control like they're drunk. Yeah, I'll have to show it to you. It's great.
I was trying to think if there was anything similar that I had actually done and tried to do, and the closest thing I can think of to repeatedly trying something, I definitely didn't. It didn't take me like 3 hours, but like some of the extra like mini games in Kingdom Hearts.
Oh yeah, no, that's fair.
I distinctly remember having to do the stupid frozen sledding mini game like probably 20 or 30 times. For like once to get the time you need for a crafting item, but then also on the race course there's collectibles.
Of course there is.
So it's like you have to. I would basically watch a YouTube video of somebody getting them all. It's like, okay, so it's like at the 5-second mark you turn here, and then once you go past this clump of trees, there's a cave off to the side that you have to go down, and you have to stay on the top path, because if you fall off, you'll miss the collectible, and it's like, this is fucking annoying. Why am I trying to do this?
Oh, God.
Is a platinum worth it for fucking Kingdom Hearts 3?
No.
And
the answer is
wasn't, but I still got it.
Hey, at least you got it, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to do it again.
Yeah.
The thing, so that actually
Unless I wanna
reminds
do
me
the
of
extra
the
DLC
other
stuff, but-
Chocobo race in Final Fantasy X, because there's 2 types of Chocobo races. There's the one you have to do for Titus's Sigil, and then there's the one you have to do to get the Cloudy Mirror, which is the item that you upgrade into the Celestial Mirror, which lets you open the chests that actually have people's like ultimate weapons in them.
Huh.
So essentially, like when you find the chests that have people's ultimate weapons, you can't open them initially. It's like some force holds it closed. You have to get the Celestial Mirror, which basically you do this Chocobo race, and then you go do like a little like mini game thing where you like help a woman find her lost family because she doesn't know how to keep an eye on her family. Like, you find her with her kid, And she's like, my husband was supposed to meet us here, but, like, I don't know where he is. And you kind of, like, go a couple screens over, and he's, like, in a little clearing. And you're like, hey, your wife's over there. And he's like, oh, cool, thanks. So you go over there, and when you get back, the husband's there, but now the kid's gone.
God damn it.
And she's like, I lost my child. It's like, woman, you need to put leashes on your family.
I was 30 feet away for 15 seconds. What the hell?
But, you go and you find the kid, and he's, like, by this, like, weird flower thing. And the flower, like, fixes the cloudy mirror and makes it into the celestial mirror, so now you can open all the chests. But the chocobo race for that, so you're just racing against another chocobo, and it's, like, this, like, spiral sort of, like, weird, like, maze, basically. There's, like, little poles that if you hit them, the only reward you get is a potion. And then there's chests that you can bump into, and when you bump into the chest, like, a little monkey pops out, and then it, like, jumps you to a different section of the track. And depending on the number of chests you get different items for finishing the race. So the first time you do the race, you just want to beat the other chocobo, make sure you get the cloudy mirror. But then after that, to get all the special items, you have to get different numbers of chests, ranging from 1 to 5, and you have to get to the bottom before the other chocobo gets there. Chocobo controls are still ass. Like, the camera will, like, force turn to, like, certain angles, and, like, you have to, like, adjust how you're, like, hitting the directions on the D-pad depending on the camera angle, so, like, it's really weird, and it takes a few tries to just run straight. But because the chests, like, jump you back down to different areas of the track, you have to find a very specific set of 5 chests if you want to get that item.
Huh.
So I ended up just looking up a YouTube video to know, like, which are the 5 you're supposed to hit to get the item, and then it still took me, like, an hour of trying to actually get there faster than the other chocobo. Again, it's not a long race, and it just takes forever to do.
Imagine...
Final Fantasy X just has all the worst minigames.
I was saying, like, trying to imagine, like, doing some of this obscure random bullshit in the days, like, pre-YouTube and online strategy guides.
I mean,
like,
to be fair, that was the era when they released paper strategy guides for you to buy. You know? Fun fact, though, those don't always have all the information you need.
And sometimes they're outright wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to...
The one that...
I'm trying to think of one, like, an instance where...
One was just
where
wrong.
what the guide told you to do was completely wrong, and it was like because of a translation issue or something, or just I don't know if it was a typo.
I can't think of what game it is off the top of my head, but I know there is one that, like, I think I actually have where a game is like that. One of my favorite guides of all time, though, was Final Fantasy IX. So there's a really funny story to this one, So Final Fantasy IX came out when, like, the internet was kind of starting to pick up, and that was, like, the big thing, right? So they had a service called Play Online, where if you had the guide and you would go on to Play Online, and you could look up other parts of the game. So in the guide, there's sections that are like, for an explanation on this, go to Play Online. So, like, not all of it was actually in the guide. You had to go to the website.
Oh, it seems kind of...
And now that website's no longer around, which means the guide is half useless.
Oh, no, that's right, huh?
Here's the best part. So, a couple years ago, they released, like, you know, in addition to the fact that, like, they were re-releasing all the games digitally on different platforms and stuff.
Right.
They've released, like a hardcover, like, special collection of the guides for 7, 8, 9. They didn't change the guides.
Oh no! So the one for 9 is still like half, half on a website that no longer exists.
Yeah.
What the fuck? What kind of dumbass oversight is that?
Someone told me about that, and I was like, "You've got to be kidding me!" Yeah, it's beautiful. I love it.
Wow.
But yeah,
That's just absurd.
best strategy guide of all time.
I mean, if they were going to do that, you would think either, one, include the information that's no longer available on the website into the book, or put the website back up.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently that's a thing. Like, I've not actually physically seen the hardcover version of the guide, so I can't confirm this. It's just something that I remember hearing and just being like, really?
And I don't want to believe that somebody could mess up that badly, but at the same time, I can totally believe a company like that would screw up that badly, because, I mean...
The worst part, like, God, as much as I love Square, sometimes I just want to punch them in the fucking mouth. Like, whoever runs Square needs to be punched in the mouth sometimes. I love Square. I have loved their games since I was a wee lad. I have played basically every Final Fantasy game. Not really, but, like, damn near close. I've played all the mainline ones, I'll say that. At least to some degree, even if it's only for, like, an hour. But sometimes the shit they do is so infuriating. They're like, yes, we'll put Chrono Trigger on Steam, except it'll be the shitty mobile port.
Okay.
It's like, why? Why do that? Why put the worst version of your game on Steam and then, like, it's not even a good port of the mobile port?
Because it was probably the easiest and cheapest to port.
Exactly.
Like,
and that's the problem, is they will do those, like, shortcuts.
They could have just, dumped a ROM for the SNES version into an emulator, like Sega did for the Genesis collection, but that would have required just a slight bit more effort, probably.
Or, fuck it, even the ROM for the DS version, the definitively best version of the game. Like, the mobile version is the SNES version. It doesn't have the extra stuff added to the DS version.
Which, honestly, wasn't all that amazing to begin with, but...
I mean, it adds another dungeon, and it adds 2 extra endings that kind of connect the story to Chrono Cross a little better. Like, it's definitively the most complete version of the game.
Yeah.
Like, widely considered the best version of the game.
And the mobile port is not that one.
Yeah, and it's just like,
excuse me.
Why didn't you... Square, please.
You have a superior version of the game ready to be, ported or emulated, what have you.
The worst part is it's not the first time they've done it. Like, they did it with Final Fantasy IV and Final Fantasy VI originally, where, like, they put the mobile version, and they got a bunch of backlash for it. Like, mostly negative reviews, runs terribly, like, and then they would have to go back in and, like, fix a bunch of bugs and stuff because they just put it in without, like, bug testing it. And then they keep doing that.
Okay, the first time you do it, it's a mistake. You learn from that, and you don't do it again. Doing it again is...
Yeah.
I mean...
Yeah.
Stupid.
First time, okay, sure, shit happens. Second time, okay, maybe you forgot. Third time, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, come on. There's a limit, guys. Oh, God. But, speaking of how many billions of Final Fantasy games there are, don't ask me why. Actually, fuck it, I'll include the story why. So, there was a post someone put on Twitter about, like, where they were fighting, they were playing Brave Exvius. They had posted a screenshot, and they were fighting, what's he called? Like, Mist Bahamut or something? I'm trying to remember the actual name. Phantom Bahamut? It's something like that.
Some form of Bahamut.
Yeah. Apparently it's something from Final Fantasy VII Remake. It's like a secret, like, extra boss kind of thing.
Huh, that would make sense.
But yeah, there's this other thing. And they had said, like, how many versions of Bahamut are there? And I was like, I mean... And, like, my initial post was like, I mean, if you count each Bahamut from each different game individually, there's at least 15. And, like, someone else made a, like, comment about it, and I was like, you know what? I'm actually gonna figure it out. So, across all of Final Fantasy, and there's a couple, like like combination titles, stuff like Dissidia, where it's like all the games meeting together. Yeah, like the big crossover titles. There's a couple of those that I didn't count, like, because like I know for a fact the ones that appear in Dissidia are like you have the Bahamut from 10 and the Bahamut from 4 or something
so
as like your summons in
like
Dissidia.
So it's a repeat because it's the same one, so that doesn't count.
But I counted all the different Bahamuts across the games, minus a couple of crossover titles. There are 50 versions of Bahamut.
Wow.
If I just count the ones that have a different name, right? Because like Final Fantasy VII had Bahamut, Neo Bahamut, Bahamut Zero, and then you have like the Phantom Bahamut from Remake or whatever, and then Bahamut Sin in the movie, and then Bahamut Fury in Crisis Core. So just counting different named Bahamuts, there's 21.
Wow.
There's
I was just I
there's Lunar Bahamut, there's Dark Bahamut, there's Jet, Garnet, Sapphire, and like Emerald Bahamut or something.
Bahamut 2.5D Final Mix 2.
Yeah, basically.
Because in fucking
and then
Final Fantasy VII, the Machinima Bridged or whatever.
Oh.
Where Barrett just goes off listing like all the different Bahamuts, and then it cuts
amazing.
away and cuts back into him, and he's like, and Bahamut Fantasy 7, and Bahamut 2D Final Mix version 7.
Oh,
and,
God.
And he's just like,
I really need to rewatch
he's just like adding,
it's been a while, and I haven't watched all of it.
Adding like different game subtitles onto
That's
Bahamut.
amazing. But that's like really how it be, it turns out.
That's the joke.
There's a couple that have unique names. Like there's one where like its name is like it's something with an M. It's really weird. It was from like one of the mobile games, but it's like a little like small version of Bahamut that like is like some kind of NPC or whatever. But my favorite version of Bahamut is Tia Babalo, which is the Bahamut from World of Final Fantasy.
Oh.
His actual name is Tia Babalo.
Wow.
And I love that. He's the best Bahamut. So yeah, too many Bahamuts in Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy X has terrible minigames. I do not look forward to doing the lightning dodging one.
I've heard of that one.
Yeah.
That one is
you go through the
infamous.
You go through the Thunder Plains, you hit the button at the right time, you dodge a lightning bolt. You have to do it 200 times consecutively. You can't change areas, you can't save and like reload as you like successfully do them. And you can't get hit at all. Like you have to just do 200 in a row. I'm gonna do it, and I'm not looking forward to it.
It's ridiculous. Like who? I'm okay with a higher challenge for a really good reward. Like somebody's ultimate weapon. That seems like a decent reward for doing some kind of difficult challenge.
Right.
That's just arbitrary bullshit.
Yeah, no, that's like so extra.
50 would be too many.
I think the way like I put it in a conversation recently is like, who on the Final Fantasy X dev team was mad? Someone was mad at somebody.
Yeah,
like
no kidding.
Someone complained about the games being too easy, and like and they're
you
like,
think it's too easy, huh?
Oh, you think it's too easy? All right. Not only are we going to make the ultimate weapons a pain in the dick to get, but we're going to put in super bosses that are so fucking bullshit that if you don't have the ultimate weapons, you have zero chance. Because, damn, dude. In 10... So, most Final Fantasies have super bosses.
Yeah.
And they'll have maybe 1 or 2 or 3, right? Like, Final Fantasy VII has Emerald and Ruby weapon.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy VIII has Omega. Final Fantasy X has, I want to say, like, 10 super bosses.
Oh, jeez.
Maybe more. There's the one at the end of... So, there's the one at the end of the monster arena, Nemesis. there's Omega Weapon, and then there's the Dark Aeons. Every summon in the game has a Dark Aeon version of that summon.
Of course.
The lowest HP out of them is I think it's 800,000.
Oh.
After you've beaten all the Dark Aeons, there's another super boss that you unlock that has 12 million HP.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You have to have everyone's final weapon because the final weapons have the break damage limit ability on them, so you can do more than 9999.
Yeah, huh? Wow. Otherwise, you're
good fucking luck.
You're chipping at them for
Yeah.
hours, probably.
Yeah, turns out all their attacks are counted as non-elemental.
So resistance is out the window.
Yep. Because last time we had played through it, I was like, I'm curious, and I went and I tried to fight Dark Ixion. I was like, I have armor that has lightning proof and lightning eater. Let's go try to fight Dark Ixion. Fucking one lightning bolt, 9999 damage, whole party dead.
Wow.
I was like, okay.
Surprise, bitch. It looks like lightning, but it ain't lightning.
Yep. It's some fucking bullshit.
You think we'd let you pull that kind of bullshit?
Yeah. I really want to fight them, though. Like, I enjoy fighting super bosses. I enjoy doing the extra stuff in RPGs. And I really want to do all the ones in 10, so that's kind of my goal with this playthrough. Basically, it was inspired by me doing World of Final Fantasy and enjoying the game so much that I went and I did all the super bosses in World of Final Fantasy, which also has, 8 of them. Because apparently you just can't have enough super bosses, man.
Wow.
Yeah. It is fun to say, yeah, I went into the cafe and I fought God.
That sounds like a JRPG to me.
I went into the cafe and I beat up God, and then after beating up God along with a bunch of other super bosses, I was allowed to go refight the final boss, but, even harder.
They do it again, but this time, it's harder.
You have to, to get everything in World of Final Fantasy, you basically have to fight the final boss 3 times? I want to say 3 times. Maybe 4. There's an ending where you go to fight the final boss and it's just, this is the sad ending where nothing is happy. And it's basically you could end the game there. It counts as an ending. But if you reload your save, one of the main characters is just no, I can't accept this, and history gets rewritten.
Wibbly wobbly timey wimey.
Yeah, there's some really weird wibbly wobbly timey wimey shit that happens with that game. But basically, you get a chance to redo the fight, but there is a cost to it. But it's fine. You fix that later. But you have to do a side quest. But then you have the actual fight against the final boss, and then you have to fight him again after doing it the first time to do something else. I forget what else you had. You fight him once, and then you go back and you do some other side thing, and you fight him again, which gets you another ending. And that's where you actually enter the post game, where you can go and you can fight all the super bosses and stuff. And then after you've fought all the super bosses, you unlock the final super boss, which is the final boss again, but turned up to 11.
Oh.
And if you beat him, you also, every time you do this, you have to watch the ending cutscene.
Oh. There's no skip?
There's just no skip.
How?
You can skip a lot of cutscenes, but the actual final cutscene and the credits,
Not
you
that
can't.
I was gonna say Square. We've been over this.
Yeah, we've been over this between Final Fantasy X and Kingdom Hearts, and
let people skip cutscenes.
please, if we've seen them, please. Yeah,
that was one great thing that they added to the HD re-releases of the Kingdom Hearts games.
Oh,
I will
God,
give
that
them
was great.
definitely that for sure.
Yeah, I still remember the first time I played Kingdom Hearts 1, and I kept dying to Ursula, because fuck that fight, and I had to watch that cutscene over and over and over again. 10 is just as bad. Every time, like, the final boss has this really long segment before it, and, like, these really long cutscenes, and you can't skip any of it.
Yeah, can't skip the pre-Unalesca fight scene either.
Yep.
Not even in the HD remix, apparently.
Remake.
The PS3, whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah. Which, like, please, come on.
No cutscene skipping yet.
I love how, like,
they did it for the re-release of Kingdom Hearts, not for Final Fantasy.
I love how with the HD remake for 10, like, they improved, like, some of the in-game models, mainly just your party. Everyone else still looks like they're made out of, like, cardboard, which is hilarious. But, like, they didn't fix anything else in the game, so there's still, like, weird translation issues and shit.
Huh. It's been a while since I rage quit, so I don't fully remember. If I ever do go back and play it again, I'll probably have to start over.
There's not a lot as far as, like, the weird translation stuff. There's one that stands out, and there's a kid in the game that, like, when you talk to him, he says he's supposed to say, when I grow up I want to be a blitzball player, but instead he says, when I grow up I want to be a blitzball. And they never fixed that.
You mean you want to play blitzball? No, I want to be the ball.
I'm gonna be the ball.
Okay.
But that kid is the reason why, like, most of the time when we talk about Titus, we refer to him as the blitzball. He's a blitzball.
Wow.
The kid wants to grow up to be just like him and be a blitzball.
Wow. That's great. And yeah, no actual fixes, just a slightly new coat of paint on it.
Pretty much.
And it's
like a new coat of
HD
paint
instead of
and
4x3.
like, yeah, and it has like there was a lot of stuff that like the version we got didn't have originally, I want to say. Like, I don't think the version we originally got had the Dark Aeons.
Huh.
Those were like added to like the
those were like a region kind of.
Think of it like
specific.
the Kingdom Hearts final mixes.
Right.
They were like an addition that was added later to the game, but like never left Japan. So like 10 has those. 10-2 has some extra like jobs that like some extra dress spheres that weren't in the original international release. And then the HD collection also has like the like little in between movies and like audio dramas or whatever. That like take place between the games that I've actually never watched. Want to get around to those, but like first objective is 100% FF10, so I can say that I have done that horrible monstrosity.
I rarely go for 100%. Like,
well, especially in RPGs.
Yeah, especially in RPGs. I mean, generally don't play a lot of RPGs in the first place. You know, at least not like turn-based kind of stuff like Final Fantasy for the most part. I mean, there's a couple that I mean, a few Final Fantasy games, you know, Chrono Trigger.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know, it's not
your first go-to genre.
It's not my go-to genre. And it's not that I don't like it, it's just I don't know, it might be an attention span thing. Like I'm impatient, I don't have the
No, that's totally fair.
Every once in a while I'll be like, okay, I can sit down and just play this game for however many hours and, you know, not realize that more than an hour has passed. But yeah, that I have to be in a very specific like mood to want to play an RPG for an extended period of time.
Like, the low end for like RPG completion time is like 20 hours.
Yeah, they are long.
they're a lot.
Long runners, like even on the short end. So there's that. What was I gonna say? Oh, like going for 100%. Yeah, in general. Like, unless it's like if I can get like 75% of the achievements or trophies just by playing through the game and maybe doing some of the extra stuff along the way, I might go back and, you know, get the ones that unless it's bullshit like do this thing 40 million times. It's like
I hate achievements like that where it's just like this is just attrition.
Yeah, like I don't bother with that. But if it's like find all the collectibles, it's like, I can do that. That's fun.
Yeah.
I've found most of them just by exploring the way I like to explore in, you know, this open world game or whatever. Or, you know, it's like just defeat 100 enemies. It's like, oh, I've already gotten like apparently according to this I've done 80, so I just need to get a few more, you know.
Yeah.
Stuff like that I don't have a problem with. But yeah. Or then you get shit like the Steam version of Sonic the Hedgehog 4. I got all the achievements on the Xbox version, but apparently there's one on the Steam version that is bugged. It does not track properly.
Oh,
so you have to kill 1,000 enemies?
Without turning off the game.
Without turning off the game. Because it resets every time you turn off the game.
Oops.
So I don't have that one in the Steam version.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know if it was 1,000. It was a high number. 100 seems too low for Sonic, but 1,000 seems like really high.
Maybe it's like 500.
It might be like 500. It's an absurd number to do in one sitting. Like if it tracked it and actually kept track of it, it wouldn't be a big deal. You know, just go back and play it every once in a while, and eventually you'll get it. But yeah,
the fact that it doesn't track it makes it a pain in the dick. Yeah.
And I add on top of that the fact that Sonic 4 wasn't very good to begin with. It's like, I don't want to play this any longer than I have to, so fuck it.
Very understandable. Yeah, I wanted to 100% World of Final Fantasy, but like I didn't get all the achievements. The one thing I didn't finish doing is the Colosseum. Because it's just... I've done all the hardest stuff in the game, so at this point it's just like, essentially I need to fill out the Pokédex, and I need to, like, fight all the Colosseum matches, and it's not that any of them will be hard. It's just tedious. It's just a thing I need to do.
Yeah.
Because, turns out once you get, there's 2 summons that are just completely busted. There's the Behemoth, and then, of course, Bahamut. The Behemoth is busted because it has an attack that does more damage the lower your health is. And the Behemoth has a lot of health. So, like, you use your first few rounds to either have it, like, hit itself a couple times to get yourself into, like, the halfway point, or just kind of, like, sit there and defend and, like, let the enemy beat on you a little bit, and then you use all of your AP for the Behemoth, just using that attack where it does more damage the higher, and you two-shot most bosses. Even, like, the super bosses will take 2 to 3 hits and you're good.
Wow.
Bahamut has a similar thing where, you know, they have some attacks that use a bunch of AP. And then they have Mega Flare, which uses all of his remaining AP, so after you use Mega Flare, it will desummon him. But Mega Flare does more damage the lower your health is, and the lower your AP is. So you spam his highest AP abilities to, like, get him nice and low, and then with, like, your last 2, when you're at low health, you're just like, and Mega Flare for, like, 30k. You're done, son.
Wow.
But the super bosses were super worth it. You get a secret ending for doing, like, the final fight against the final boss.
Oh, that's always nice.
Like, you have to watch the regular ending again, and you have to wait for the credits, but then after the credits, there's, like, a secret, like, bonus scene, which heavily hints at a World of Final Fantasy 2, and, like, I want that now, because that game was really good.
That sounds 100% like Square.
Yeah. How dare you?
Like, oh, do all this extra bullshit, and here's a little scene at the end for you.
Here's a teaser for Kingdom Hearts 2.
0.75.
0.7569. Oh, God.
Divided by 0.
Over
remainder
30 days.
Remainder 3.
Remainder 3. But, like, Seriously though, Kingdom Hearts, what's wrong with
all,
you?
It's all about what happened to that first Heartless that Sora fights in the first game, the first one that shows up on the island. You know, you beat him and his heart goes back, and we find out that he actually has this elaborate backstory. It's fucking like Star Wars. Like, where every fucking character, every little thing has this elaborate backstory that you don't even know about until they decide to explore it in like its own spin-off.
Yeah, no, Kingdom Hearts is so dense. I could never, like, at this point, I could never get myself to go back to that series. Like, part of me is like, I want to play 3 to like say that I've played 3, but then, like even going over like story recap videos and stuff to like kind of get what happened between 2 and 3 and all of those spin-off games that take place before the games and in between the games and all over the place and simultaneous to other games. Like, even watching stuff that goes over all that and explains it, it's like, okay, I kind of get it. I just don't care. I could not be asked to play that game.
Yeah, it's I mean, I like the gameplay, like just the hack and slash kind of sort of action RPG. Like, I like that. Like, that is the main reason I would want to go back, is if I just wanted to play a fun hack and slash RPG kind of type deal. And
which is fair.
Yeah, like, because I've already done like all the extra stuff. I platinumed it, but then they did an update and released a new thing, and I think there's new trophies that come with that. So I technically have platinum, but I don't anymore. But they don't take it away,
right?
Which is nice, cause
yeah.
So I have the trophy that says I have all the trophies. Even though I don't have all the trophies, technically.
Yeah, it's kind of like Bloodborne. You don't need the achievement trophies to get the DLC trophies to get the base game,
which is
plat.
I like that they do that. That was always something that bugged me in the Xbox 360 days. Cause
oh god,
it's like oh, you could have, theoretically. I never had all the achievements in any particular game that did this, but like Halo.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you could have all the achievements, and, oh, look, here's some DLC and an update, and now there's, like, 40 new achievements that you don't have.
Halo Reach is the only... So, there's 2 Halo games that I don't have all the achievements for on Xbox. Halo Reach, I had all of them, but there was a map pack that released that added more achievements specific to the multiplayer, specific to those maps, that I never got because by the time the map pack had come out, I had kind of stopped playing as much.
Yeah, and it doesn't, like, DLC achievements are just
added
onto the list of the main game. And
so it removed it from my completed. Which was frustrating. The only other one I don't have in all of Halo is an ODST, and it's for the fucking firefight achievement.
Oh.
That fucking achievement, man. So, it's the survival mode.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's broken into waves, rounds, and sets.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I remember,
so a set is broken up into 3 rounds, a round is broken up into 5 waves. And you have to get to, like, 4-4-4 or something. And the furthest we made it was, like, 2-2-2.
Oh, wow.
Because you have to do it on... First of all, we were trying to do it on Legendary originally. Turns out it only has to be on Heroic, because they realized how bullshit it is.
Yeah, I bet.
Part of me is almost, like, wondering, like, did they change the achievement? Because, like, I could have sworn it said Legendary originally. But I digress. The furthest we made it, we were playing on Legendary, and it was 2-2-2. Every time we've tried since then, even since, like, learning that, like, it only had to be on Heroic, haven't gotten anywhere near that. But it has to be 4 players, Heroic, Firefight, and you gotta fucking get as far as possible. And it is so hard, because lives are limited, and like part of the problem is that like our regular Halo group that would do those sorts of things, I want to say it was me, Corey, Jesus, and Biscuits. And Biscuits is one of those players who's pretty good, but like he never has a positive KD. He generally keeps like a neutral KD. So like in like regular multiplayer, kills a lot of people, but like usually does it via like kamikaze strategy, so he's gonna die about as much, but like it evens out. In Firefight, yeah, he gets a lot of kills, but he also has the most deaths in the party by a wide margin, so he eats up all of our lives.
I can see that
So,
being a bit of a problem.
Not the best for trying to survive as long as possible. I, on the other hand, like, I won't get as many kills, but I will also have the least deaths. So, like, I more than make up for, like, what I'm doing because I play careful, I use precision weapons, I stay long range. He's more of the I pick up the hammer and I go nuts on people kind of player, which is fine. Like, it worked out for our dynamic for, like, doing multiplayer, like in Reach and shit. Like, we would have that one player running around in a circle on the map with the hammer, and then I would just be up in some fucking weird-ass corner with a sniper rifle, just being like, and you're dead, and you're dead, and you're... Because, like, that's what I did. I was the group's sniper. And that's kind of always been my role in Halo, was I was always the precision weapon player. Give me a sniper, or a DMR, or a battle rifle, and I'm good to go. Let someone else run around with the power weapons, you know? And that's always worked for us. It's also why SWAT was, like, my go-to playlist when I was playing solo, because I could go into... Because I always use precision weapons, and I got really good at headshots, I could go into a game of SWAT, and of my team's 50 kills, I would have 40 of them. Because I knew the areas in the map to...
being, like, the most fun, because it was the mode that I tended to be the least bad at. Like...
I always liked it because it's such a different dynamic, because, like, it's not just about, like, running around the map, it's about, like, knowing what areas of the map are choke points, what areas you can use to get vantages on other points without exposing yourself too much.
And having a faster reaction than, you know, it's like, oh, there's somebody, bang! And, you know, it's not about keeping a sustained stream of bullets on them, it's about getting one good shot.
Yeah.
And for some reason, whenever I have to concentrate fire on somebody, like with an assault rifle or something, or, you know, hit them multiple times very quickly, it never works out for me.
It's fair.
Like, they seem to be better at it than I am. Even if I, like, get several seconds of concentrated fire on them, they still kill me first. I don't know what they're doing that I'm not doing, or if it's just me, but I cannot do multiplayer because everybody is either so much better than me that it's not fun, or so much worse than me that it's not fun.
There's no winning there.
There's no, like, I need all the mediocre players.
It's my problem with a lot of, like, multiplayer competitive stuff, is just, like, it's so hard to, like, swing that balance of, like, if you don't play it a lot, you're not going to be as good as most people, but, like, the fact that you're constantly getting your shit pushed in is discouraging, so you don't really want to play that much. But then when you do play a lot, you get so much better than, like, such a vast majority of people that, like, now you're just noob stomping, and that doesn't really feel good. I will say, though, sometimes when you have those moments, they do feel fucking amazing.
I got a kill! Holy shit! Positive KD! What? That never happens!
There was a map in Halo 2, I don't know if you remember it. I want to say it was called Sanctuary, where...
Sounds familiar.
I think that was the name. but it was a kind of an open map, like it was like an outdoors open field. There was, like the bases were like a platform with like 4 pillars, and there was like a ramp coming up and then a ramp down the side, and they were just kind of like on the edges. And then on opposite corners there were like little buildings that like the ramps went down under, and then they would meet in the middle, and there was like a circular structure in the middle. And this circular structure in the middle was very open. It has like 7 or 8 ways to like enter into this middle circle section. But it's not completely open. Like, it's got some walls and stuff you can hide behind. You would probably know the map if you saw it.
Maybe. The name sounds familiar, if that's what it is.
Yeah, I think it was Sanctuary, and like I want to look it up now, and I might go do that in a second just to confirm it in my brain. But I was playing a game of SWAT, and I had to run into that middle area because like I wasn't really sure where a good vantage point on that map would be. So I ran into that middle area, and people started coming in, from the side paths, and I'm just doing this thing where I'm like switching back and forth, and like they start coming in from like because it's 2 levels, right? There's like an upper part of that middle area where it's like a ring, and then there's like the ground floor. So there's all these different ways you can come in, and I was just turning and like jumping around and like trying to keep myself from getting hit. And I think it's Rampage where you get 15 kills without dying. Just in that room because people kept flooding in at me, and I kept just getting to them before they got me.
Is that it?
Yeah, that looks like it. Yeah, that's it. So they added that map to Reach. I don't remember what they called it in Reach. I remembered its Halo 2 name. But yeah, that middle circle structure that was there it's just like this. It's a ring, and then there's the ground floor, and like there's a tunnel that goes straight through on the ground floor, and then there's like 4 bridges that come in from like the top on the ring. So there's like a couple areas that like you can just like jump up a rock to get in from like a window kind of thing. So there's all these ways into this circle, and people were coming from like every direction, and I just kept... And I was like, how am I still alive? Like, I was pure adrenaline. And, like, I vividly remember that moment because it was just one of my best moments playing that game of just, like, really hitting my zone or whatever.
Nice.
But, yeah, man. Halo was a good time. I miss playing Halo.
It was fun.
It's weird trying to go back to it on the Master Chief Collection, though. Like, I've gone back and played a little bit of Reach, and it's just like, it doesn't feel the same. That there's just, I don't know, there's something lost. I think it's been too many years.
I liked the customizable, like, Spartan armors, and I was a little bit annoyed going back into the Master Chief Collection and not having everything that I had ranked up and unlocked in Reach.
Yeah.
I was like, man, I had this really cool helmet and these cool shoulder pads, and
I think that's part of what keeps me from wanting to play on Steam on the Master Chief Collection. Is just like
the unlocking.
I gotta unlock everything again. Fuck that.
And it's completely different now too. I think
Yeah, isn't it like actually tied to like specific like achievements or something?
Yeah, or like you have to get like certain like commendations and medals and things, I think.
Yeah.
And it's
before it was all currency based.
Yeah, it was basically just
you'd gain currency for playing the game, including campaign, and you would just buy whatever you wanted.
Yeah, and that was a lot of fun because you could you could unlock cool stuff faster if you were good. But even if you weren't good, you still got a little bit of currency, and you could still unlock everything eventually. It would just take you longer.
Yep.
And, I did like that, because, yeah.
I remember back in the day, I found out...
The days before loot boxes
infected
everything.
I found out that you could put profiles onto, like, a USB, and hook it up to your computer, and there were tools to hack profiles.
Huh.
so you could unlock everything on them. But obviously, if you play online with these profiles,
yeah, you're gonna get flagged for
banned.
hacking.
But what I did at the time was I made profiles for like all the comic shorts characters, and I put those on, and I unlocked everything, and I made like very specific sets of gear
cool.
for each of those characters. And I don't know if I still have those profiles, honestly. Like, those might have gotten lost between me switching Xboxes and me losing my USB that had a bunch of my extra data on it. So I don't know if I still have those. I haven't actually checked. But yeah, the idea was I could use them for LANs, local play.
Yeah.
Which would have been great. I miss those days of just like hooking up 2 TVs. We would put the couches back to back, and we'd have like one TV in the living room, one in the kitchen, so that they were facing away from each other. And we'd put one team on one TV, one team on the other. Those are the days, man. I miss shit like that so much.
Nowadays, it's just everything's online.
Yep.
For better or worse.
It's why I like board games a lot lately, because yes, there are digital board games, but it's not the same.
Yeah.
So like there's still a place for
they can't release an update to a board game that makes you unable to play it.
Yeah. That too.
You don't have to worry about servers getting shut down and never being able to open the box.
God, could you imagine? She's like, we've discontinued this board game, so like now you just physically can't open the box.
We're gonna have you actually send back the entire set to us so we can destroy it and nobody can play it ever again because reasons.
So,
but yeah, that's
that
always sucks. Like,
yeah,
because I mean, like going back to the like achievement issues, games that have achievements that you can only get through multiplayer, and they don't have servers running anymore, so you couldn't play multiplayer if you wanted to.
Yep.
So you're just stuck with 80% of the achievements or whatever that you have, and you can't get the rest of them.
It's something the completionist has to deal with a lot, is having to deal with multiplayer achievements on games.
I hate that.
Where, like, basically they set it up, right, where, like, they have multiple Xboxes, and, like, he just has someone else log on, and he just gets all the achievements in order to complete the game properly.
I guess that's one way to do it.
Yeah, it's like, it's doable, but it's not worth doing.
It's so obnoxious in games where the multiplayer is an afterthought.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas it's like, we'll throw it in, but here's a bunch of achievements that basically force you to play the multiplayer mode that has...
Win 1,000 matches.
Absolutely nothing to do with the actual content of the main game and the reason you probably bought it in the first place. Yep. Fucking Fear 3 had that. And I liked... Oh, God. I liked Fear 3. I mean...
For what it is.
For what it is, the gun mechanics were nice. The possession ability was cool and all that. I never went into the multiplayer menu.
I hear it's a fun, campy action game. It's great playing it co-op. It's not a good horror game.
It is not a good horror game.
That's the general consensus I've heard.
It is a terrible horror game and a terrible ending to the series that has the story that's been set up for the previous 2 games.
Which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
I know very little about Fear. The most I have experienced of Fear is I have seen the ending hour for the second game.
Yeah, that's...
Which is, that's a weird bit to be my only impression of the game.
There is definitely a thing that happens at the end of that game that is followed up on in the third one, and not in the way that it makes it seem like it's going to go. Yeah, that was... You want to talk about disappointing endings to trilogies. Fear 3 is probably top of my list as far as that goes. I never played Mass Effect 3, but I've heard that people were not happy with the possible endings for that one. But, I haven't played that one, so I
The issue I understand from the initial release of Mass Effect 3, like, they went back and they, like, added some stuff. But, like, essentially, at the end of the game, none of your previous choices mattered. You had a very, like, binary choice of, like, choose your ending. It's
like, pick one of these three things,
and no matter which one you chose, it was all the same, but, like, the color of the cutscene was different.
Yeah, and it's like, and maybe some of the narration implies that things proceeded differently. I hate that.
Yeah, it was just like the most cop-out.
It's like when the ending of the game is just narration, and as opposed to actually having any kind of just like.
I think for me,
like getting to experience the consequences of the choice that you make, to see everything play out, instead of just being told, like, oh yeah, Commander Shepard went on to do terrible things, or Commander Shepard went on to save the human race, or Commander Shepard was turned into a horrible cyborg monstrosity and overthrew humanity. It's like...
Those kind of endings always make me think of Fable 2. Where it's just, like, super, like you make one choice at the end, and that's the only choice that matters for, like, what ending you get. And it's just super ungratifying no matter what you choose. Always makes me think of Fable 2. Where it's just like, you have the good choice of revive everyone, the bad choice of get a shitload of money, and the neutral choice of revive your murdered family. Which is the only proper choice as far as I'm concerned, because that's how you get your dog back, and the dog is the best part of the game.
Well, yeah, there you go. I mean, that's not even a choice at that point, then.
That's kind of how I felt. Like, now, like, the full version of Fable 2, after all the DLC and stuff came out, you choose the gold. Because, like, choosing to, like, revive all the people that were, like, killed in the construction of the Spire or whatever, like, that's such a, like, pointless choice, because it doesn't really do anything. Like, people treat you like a hero, but, like, you can just, like, make people like you because of how, like, the morality works in that game by just doing other shit anyway, so, like, whatever.
It doesn't really matter. Because...
Yeah. So, like, you take the gold, and then one of the DLCs has a side quest that you can do to revive your dog. Which is, like, the only part of reviving your family that matters. Like,
yeah.
Like, whatever, you can get remarried.
Give me my dog back.
You can get a new kid or whatever. Give me back my dog. Also, that DLC adds potions that change the breed of your dog.
Like, you want your child back? Forget it. Just make another one.
Yeah. Children, who needs those? Just make another one. That's fine.
Man, that
Fable logic.
Not to go back to Borderlands, but did you, I think it was in the main part of the main storyline. There's the part where you go to, like, one of Handsome Jack's, like, old secret labs or something. Oh no, it's Tannis's lab, and she has a bunch of, like, Handsome Jack's old things, and she's, like, trying to, you, like, find a psychic connection or something, because Siren shenanigans.
Oh god, yeah, I think I do remember, like, I vaguely remember that.
Yeah, I was just remembering because there's a bit of a flashback where some bandit is trying to, like, kidnap Angel because she's a siren, and Jack's like, "Give me back my daughter," and he's like, and the bandit's just like, "She's just a kid. Go make another one. I'm busy." It's just like just the phrasing. It's like, "Go make another kid." It's like, I mean, it's not scientifically incorrect, but it's just
it's not
the way it's phrasing just always made me laugh. Like, just
like technically, yes, you could. From a emotional state,
like,
it's not. That's not how that works.
I like that kid. But yeah, moral choice shenanigans in games. It's like, it sucks when it basically amounts to nothing. Like, that was in the Star Wars games, like the Jedi Knight series in particular, it was nice that they had actual endings based on
like what you did,
whether you were a good person throughout the game or made a certain choice at a certain time, like in one of the later games, where it's nice that you can basically just save before you have to do the thing or not do the thing, and go from there, as opposed to the previous game, Dark Forces 2, where it's like, it tracks like what you do throughout the game, kind of without really telling you. Like there's a meter that's like goes back and forth, dark side or light side, depending on what exactly you've been doing. But it's basically don't kill civilians.
Fair.
And don't choose the dark side force powers when you get the chance.
Makes sense.
So it's pretty easy to
choose
early on which one you actually want to see. But it's not just the ending. It does slightly affect the story from that point on, because in Jedi Knight if you go the dark side, first you murder your girlfriend because the bad guy was like, hey, kill her and join me. And you're like, well, I'll kill her, but I'm not going to join you. And it's like, okay, sure, I guess. I mean, dark side, whatever. And, but if you choose the light side, either way you get thrown back onto a ship that they basically set to crash in a giant canyon. You have to escape from it. It's probably one of the most memorable parts in the game, actually. But, on the dark side, you just get in your ship and escape. Light side ending, you crash your ship, and the bad guys capture you and destroy your lightsaber, and you have to... There's a little bit more of a little more extra, like, story stuff that is different than if you go down the dark side path. And then, obviously the ending's different. The dark side ending, you take the power of the Valley of the Jedi for yourself and become the new Emperor because you killed all the other bad guys or whatever. And, yeah. So that's, it makes it feel like, even though it's not really much of a choice as far as, evaluating your moral actions throughout the game, it still makes a difference.
Yeah.
Besides just having a different ending. The way you get there is slightly different. And I thought that was nice to do. And they do that again in Jedi Academy. It's not quite as drastic a difference, but basically, if you go down the dark side path, there's a part... The last level is basically you're leading an army of Jedi to attack a Sith cult in a Sith temple, and... so there's a lot of AI on AI fighting going on, where Jedi are fighting Sith cultists. And if you're on the light side, the Jedi are on your side. So it's, they're helping you by fighting off people that you maybe don't want to be fighting right now, for whatever reason. If you're on the dark side, everybody wants to kill you.
Oh, neat.
So you have to not only fight a large number of Sith cultists, you also have to fight a bunch of Jedi, who may or may not abandon their fight with the Sith cultists to focus on you.
Cool.
So it's basically hard mode, because a lot more stuff wants to kill you in the last level. And then the final boss is, on the dark side, you have to fight Kyle fucking Katarn. He is the final boss.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah. And, if you win, you don't even kill him. You collapse the temple on him and run away like a little bitch. And he's fine. He gets out of that. So, it kind of sets up like an alternate timeline. It's like, well, we have Kyle Katarn's former student who just went dark side and tried to kill him, and he ran off and escaped on a Star Destroyer. Where do we go from here? So it sets up like... it's the non-canon ending, because obviously, there's other expanded universe stuff where it's like, oh yeah, Kyle Katarn's student was a Jedi and never turned to the dark side, and helped dismantle a Sith cult at the Sith temple on Korriban or whatever. So yeah, I mean the light side ending is always the canon one, but
yeah, it makes sense.
It's fun to have those what if stories like like the Marvel stuff that's started coming out. I haven't actually watched the most recent one. I need to remember to do that.
I haven't seen any of those.
The first one is okay. The second one's really good. I haven't seen the third one yet.
I know there was one where it's it's Captain America but buff lady.
Yeah, and
everyone was real excited about that.
It was awesome, but it didn't really take advantage of the what if concept, because the answer is basically all the same shit in Captain America the movie happens, except slightly differently.
Right.
But in the second one, it's what if T'Challa was kidnapped by the space pirates instead of Peter Quill, and he turns out to be a pretty damn big deal hero, like everything that like Star-Lord talks about wanting to be, you know, like nobody knows who Star-Lord is. Everybody knows who Star-Lord is. He is actually a big deal.
Yeah,
and,
I think I saw a post about how that was one of them.
Yeah,
and I was like, that sounds interesting.
And so that one was really good. It took full advantage of what if this one thing was different. Turns out it changes pretty much fucking everything.
Yeah.
As opposed to the first episode where it's like, well, basically everything kind of goes pretty much the same way as far as the long-term implications of
long-term, everything's about the same.
Yeah.
But now we have a hot buff chick.
Yeah. Like that's really the only difference. So, yeah, but the second episode was they really went full on. It's like, yeah, all this stuff is different. All these characters are totally different because Star-Lord is now a very selfless, compassionate leader and friend to everybody, and everybody loves him, and he can talk Thanos out of doing his genocide thing just by saying, it's like, hey, maybe don't do that. And Thanos was like, you know what, that is kind of a dumb idea. And yeah,
I don't know, man. I look around, I see the anti-vaxxers, and I think maybe Thanos was right.
I mean, yeah, we can argue the pros and cons of
we can argue the moral implications and the pros and cons to the whole snap thing.
Yeah, everybody, it's been argued to death for and against since the movie came out. It was probably since the comic came out, because it was a loose adaptation of the comic. But yeah, I love the idea of what if, and there were a couple of comics for Star Wars that did that too, like a while ago, and I think it would be pretty cool if Disney wanted to adapt some of those ideas for a Star Wars version of the what if idea, because there's precedent for that. There was like one of them was like, what if Luke's shot on the Death Star missed, or didn't actually destroy the Death Star, but like, and I think the outcome was something along the lines of like it didn't destroy the Death Star, but it damaged it enough that it wasn't able to fire, so the rebels still managed to escape, but the Empire still has the Death Star, so
they didn't have to spend time building a new one.
Yeah, and there's just all kinds of implications that go on from there, and there was one where it's like, what if Luke actually died on Hoth instead of getting rescued from the snowfields by Han, and that ends up going down this crazy path where Han ends up thinking he's supposed to be a Jedi because of Luke's, like, dying, incoherent, delirious ramblings about finding Yoda and training to be a Jedi, and Han is like, oh, he wants me to become a Jedi? Okay. And
that's great.
Yeah, and yeah, I forget, there was like one for each of the original trilogy movies, basically. I forget what the Return of the Jedi deal was. But yeah, I like alternate timeline ideas. Those are always fun to be like. It's like, what if this one thing went different?
I love stuff like that. I love stuff like that when it's actually incorporated into the narrative of like a show, where like something happens and like you see an alternate version of like what the world would be if like something different changed.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard to do that sort of thing right.
Yeah.
But when it is done right, it usually ends up being very good. There's one that, so I've spent a lot of time watching a lot of YouTube over the last year.
Not surprising.
Yeah, big
We all
fucking
have.
shocker. One of the channels I started watching was Over Sarcastic Productions. There's two people that run it. They do two different types of videos generally. Like the two of them will do like different types of stuff. Like one of them does a lot of history stuff. One of them does a lot of talks about tropes.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one they brought up, and it's an episode, and like they brought up an episode of Justice League that does this really well. And it's actually an episode that I was never a big superhero fan growing up.
Mm-hmm.
I liked Iron Man because mech suit.
Fair.
But like I have very, very minimal memories of Iron Man before like the live action movie came out and like set off the whole Marvel universe thing.
Yeah.
Marvel Cinematic Universe thing. But I did have memories of this particular Justice League episode. And like when I was watching the trope video, I was hoping the episode would come up, and it does. And basically what happens is the Flash ends up in this alternate reality where he's dead.
Oh.
Basically what had happened was Lex Luthor killed the Flash, and it angered Superman so much that he decided to kill Lex.
Oh. Wow.
And what ends up happening is the Justice League as a whole decides that, like, in order to stop crime, like, you have to have extreme punishment for the most minor of offenses. So, like, the world is perfect, quote unquote, very much in the Death Note sense of like, no one is going to like, there's no littering, there's no jaywalking, because everything is like, oh, the Justice League's gonna come kill you for that shit. So it's like this really dark alternate timeline where like everyone basically went off the rails because the Flash was killed, and like you kind of like find out that like he's the heart of the party. Without the Flash, they are just soulless monsters.
Yeah, I could see, like, I'm not, I've never been extremely familiar with Justice League in general.
With the DC comics.
But, yeah, there was actually, there's a Superman series of comics. I don't know if it was, like, one long one or if it was a series of shorter ones, but it's basically what if Superman, like, as a baby arriving on Earth, had landed in the countryside of Russia instead of the countryside of the United States.
Oh, interesting.
Turns out a lot of things would be very different if he ended up being influenced by Russian ideals of the time instead of American ideals at the time. And, yeah, it gets a little bit dystopian as far as I recall. Like, I watched basically a animated sort of comic adaptation, like, on YouTube. Like, not like animated, but like sort of animated. That's like
I think I know what you mean.
You know what?
Yeah, where it's like
they basically read the comic, and then they
but
have
like
like
they kind of
panels
move
sort
between
of do a
panels
little
and
bit.
shit.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. It's like that limited animation, like just enough to kind of.
Yeah, and
yeah.
But yeah, it was actually really interesting concept to explore. Just, you know, I like it when they depart from just the normal format of, it's like, the heroes are the good guys and they always win, and the bad guys are always doing very evil things. It's like, what if the good guy was the bad guy? Or, you know, what if he had different influences, you know, growing up as a child and turned out to, you know, basically be, not necessarily a bad guy, but definitely not a good guy, you know? Like, when they explore the gray area, it's like, this is good, this is bad, this is, like, it seems like a good idea, but, I mean, it could be bad in the long run, and, you know, and I just, because Lex Luthor ends up being, like, the hero who kind of makes Superman, like, he doesn't kill him or anything, he just basically helps him realize what an asshole he's being, and, because Superman has like his Krypton supercomputer or whatever, and it is specifically not allowing Lex Luthor to talk to him, because it's like, it says something like, I calculated that given his ability to talk to people, he would have convinced you to kill yourself in approximately 5 minutes of discussion or whatever. It's like that's cool.
Yeah.
I like villains like that who can manipulate and talk to people, and in this case, he's not even the villain. He's the good guy. Well,
yeah.
There's, I don't know if it's like the good guy, but he's trying to make Superman not be the bad guy anymore.
Yeah.
And I like conflict like that. Like and not always like action and fighting, and it's like, oh, I built a bigger robot than yours, or I have laser eye beams. It's like what if we actually talked? Like, what if we argued and debated, and you tried to convince me that you're doing the right thing, and I try to convince you that you're not doing the right thing, and
we'll see
where we end up. We don't have to destroy a city.
I think that tends to fall into the antagonist trope of the magnificent bastard.
Yeah, there's and
where it's just the very charismatic villain as opposed to the strong villain.
That's arguably my favorite type of villain, is like when they are really good at manipulating people and convincing everybody that they're right.
Yeah.
Even when, it's like outside as the audience, it's like, well, he's not right though.
He's obviously an asshole.
or even when they are right. Like he is definitely proposing a solution to a problem that we are facing.
He's got a point, his methods are wrong.
Yeah, he's an asshole, but he's got a point. It's like the Thanos argument. It's like, overpopulation is causing problems in the near future.
Yeah.
But,
I think another good example is Ozymandias in The Watchmen.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. The idea of stopping the world from fighting itself by giving them this common enemy. All right. You're not wrong, but also you're not right.
It's
you're kind of a dick.
Could you have possibly pulled this off without killing an entire city's worth of people? And arguably, maybe not, because it wouldn't have convinced the world leaders that. Yeah. Because it's like, well, there's this existential threat here. It has already killed this many people. We need to band together to make sure that nothing ever kills that many people at one time again.
It's the whole philosophical thing of like the needs of the many versus the needs of the few kind of thing. Like, what sacrifices are acceptable and like what's going too far.
It's really philosophical, and it's like,
yeah, you get into some pretty gray area with that stuff.
There is no perfect answer to that question, so you just kind of have to do the best you can. And, this villain, this antagonist of our story, he decided that was the best way to do it, and it was a way to do it.
Yeah. Speaking of alternate Superman stories, by the way, though, did you ever see the movie Brightburn?
No, but I wanted to, because I saw exactly what that was, and it was basically, what if Superman was a psychopathic child in the making instead of this.
Essentially, it's what if Superman was a sociopath, right?
Yeah.
Like his foster family try to incorporate like positive messages into him, but he has no emotion. He's just
all these
troublesome
childhood signs of a future, serial killer, basically. Yeah, I saw the trailer for that forever ago, like when it was first coming out, and like that sounds cool. It's a superhero horror story.
Yeah.
Psychological thriller, basically.
Yeah, it's like, as a whole, I would say that the movie is okay. Like, it's not amazing. It's not gonna blow your mind or anything. Like, it's not, like, super good, but it is good. Like, I wouldn't call it bad in any way. It's just, like, it's a thing that exists. It's pretty good. It's worth at least a watch.
Let's see if I can find it on any of the...
But yeah.
Any of the 8,000 streaming platforms there are right now.
Right.
I'm not sure who made that one, but...
I know it was on Amazon for a while, I think. I think that's where we watched it. I think. I don't know.
But I forgot about that one. That was on my list of things to, like...
Things to see.
That's something I want to see at some point, and then never got around to it for one reason or another. That happens with a lot of stuff.
Right. There's a lot of games I have backlogged like that. One thing that I'm finally getting around to is watching the Evangelion rebuilds. You've seen Evangelion, right?
I have, and I saw the movie that actually ended.
The end of Evangelion.
The actual ending, and not the you ran out of ink ending.
That ending is
of the anime.
It all has kind of a purpose, but it definitely there's some issues there. Yeah. It's a whole thing.
You ran out of ink, didn't you, you bastards?
So the rebuilds are very interesting because, so it starts out, the first one, right, is almost, perfectly following the anime, right? It's the start of the show, and it more or less stays on track. There's some minor changes here and there, right up until the end, where there's a tease at the end of a entirely new character. The second one almost immediately just goes way off the rails. If this is the original story, right? You have the line, and then this is the first rebuild where it's mostly the same, a little different. The second one is just, and now we're over here.
Wow.
Just way off in the distance. It follows a lot of the same themes, and that's where it gets to the part where it introduces Asuka. But by the end of the second one, it's a completely different story. We watched the third one yesterday, and I'm so confused.
Wow.
But we started watching them because finally they released the fourth one. They finally ended it. So the first one came out in 2007. The second one came out in 2009. 3.33 came out in 2012.
Wow.
And they finally released the fourth one.
What the hell? Why such a... I thought that was a recently started thing.
Nope.
I had heard of them, and...
Nope, the rebuilds have been around for fucking half a decade.
I knew one came out a few years ago, and I just assumed that they all came out a few years ago, along that same time. But wow, I didn't know it was that going on for that long.
Yeah. So, having watched the third one recently, by the way, if I had seen that before this point where all of them are out, I would be so upset because it's just what the fuck is happening? I need to know. The plan is we're going to watch the fourth one, which, by the way, the fourth one has the stupidest name. But we'll get into the names in a second. But we're probably going to watch that later tonight, I'm thinking. But it's been a ride watching the rebuilds. But yeah, so the first one, the theatrical release was 1.0. Evangelion 1.0. That was the version that was released into theaters. And then the DVD release was 1.01, where there was some slight tweaks. Okay. And then the Blu-ray release is 1.11, which also has some slight changes. They did the same thing with 2, where the theatrical release was 2.0, but then the Blu-ray is 2.22.
Okay.
So it's 1.11, 2.22, 3.33. The fourth movie. Just throw out a guess at what it's called.
Does it even have a number?
Yes.
Is it just 4?
Nope, it's Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0.
Okay.
I was like, what? Why? Is 4 a bad word?
Did the person in charge of naming Kingdom Hearts games move to the
right?
Move to this animation studio?
Apparently, I don't know the full story on it. I haven't really looked into it, but apparently, a lot of Evangelion in general is the director, the guy behind it all, working through his own depression, and that's part of why it's taken so long too, is because it's literally him working through his depression that he's been dealing with for his whole life, in movie form with giant robots and random Christian symbolism, just cuz.
Yeah, I mean,
just cuz it's cool.
Literally just cuz. I mean, that's always been something that I've found kind of strangely interesting, is the way that the Japanese have this understanding of Christian mythology. They basically treat it like we treat Greek mythology.
Yes.
It's you have these historical figures and symbolism, but it's mythology, it's the stories and the symbolism that really matter to people, and not because, I mean, it just seems strange because Christianity is a current
thing,
currently practiced religion, as opposed to Greek mythology, where nobody really worships those old gods anymore.
At the very least, no one worships it in the mainstream.
Yeah,
it's probably the best way to put it. Because I mean, I've known people, and there's people I've actually met in my time on this earth that actually do practice Norse mythology and shit. There are people that still follow those beliefs and worship those deities, but it's much less common. It's not as mainstream as Christianity, which it's a big thing in the West here. It's unfortunately.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
that's a whole other.
That's an entirely
that's a whole other
entirely
rant.
different can of worms. That I don't know if that's I don't know if that's somewhere, if that's the track we want to go down.
Yeah, I mean, whether or not it's a topic that we should or shouldn't tackle, I see nothing wrong with tackling it. It's more just it's probably something that's outside of our skill set to talk about, from a point of understanding, I feel.
Yeah,
I don't delve that deep into politics and religion for a reason. It's not my strong suit.
Not the specifics of the religion, but more the unfortunate influence that it has on politics.
Yeah.
That I could rant about for days on end, but as far as the actual specifics of the teachings of Jesus and the Bible and all that, it's I'll stick to
I'll stick to video games and anime.
Yeah.
Listen, you can have whatever beliefs you want, and it's fine. Just don't shove them down other people's throats.
It's like that old. I don't even know if it's that old, but I recall seeing it a while ago. It was basically a meme. I don't know if it was even called a meme at the time, but it's basically just a piece of text that says religion is like a penis. It's perfectly fine to have it. It's okay to be proud of it, but don't shove it down anybody's throat.
Yep. Yep. Don't shove it down anyone's throat who doesn't want it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was something like that.
Yeah,
like,
no, I know
like
I know exactly
keep,
what you're
keep it
talking
to yourself and don't shove it down kids' throats or something like that.
about. Yeah, that sounds about right. I know exactly the text you're talking about. I've seen it many times over the past 2 decades, which that's a thought.
Time, man. Time is fucking weird.
Yeah. All my homies hate time.
Going back to that shit. Fucking time, man. Like, it is still... Like... I can think of, like, so many, like, distinct points of... periods of time in my life. It's like I can look back at a certain period of time and be like, oh yeah, this is when I was into this, and I was visiting these websites, and it's like, that was about a 2 to 3 year period. That was like from 2005 to 2008, and that was all before 2010, and 2010 onward is like a completely different era. And it's like, it is impossible for me to get my head around that. Like, so much random important bullshit in my life happened over the course of about 10 years, and then the next 10 years was a completely different random set of bullshit, but it's meshing in with the current 10-year period, and it's like...
Oh, yeah. No,
like,
it's...
There's basically pre-2010 and post-2010 is basically, like,
right.
what I can account for the majority of my life, and it's like, almost everything happened between, like, 2004 and, like, 2008.
So I can break up my life into, I want to say, like, 4 distinct sections in a very similar way, right? Like, there was my early, like, childhood and, like, up to my early teens. And then there was the era starting around when I was about 13, 14, where I started going on to online forums. And then, you know, going a bit past that, you know, where, like, there was a lot that changed my life at that point. You know, there was the point where, like, high school and stuff hit, and, like, everything leading up to maybe about 2012, maybe a little earlier, 2011 maybe. And then, like, there's the part that's post the Inquisitive, the place where we used to play Magic the Gathering and board games and Warhammer and all that shit. Like, when that gaming store closed, that was another portion of my life, and, like, that's when I found Gamers Anonymous, and when I started working there. So then there's, like, the portion of my life that was, like, early working at Gamers, which Gamers itself can be broken up into the original shop, post-Flood, and, like, moving into the new shop, and then post-Metalogic closing, so we lose the computer half of the side of the store, and the store itself changes drastically from that. Like, that alone, but, like, even in the middle of that, outside of the context of the store, there's the point in my life where I started playing Final Fantasy XIV, and, like, that was, God, like, 6-7 years ago now, and it's, like, completely changed my life, and who I am as a person, just getting involved in that community and, like, exploring who I am as a person because of some of the people I met within that community. It's a very weird thing of just, like...
No, I totally get that. Like,
It feels like it's so recent, and yet it was almost a decade ago.
Yeah, like no fucking kidding.
You know, that's
the
part that's, like,
it's like
mind blowing.
God damn, like I got nothing. I can just stammer at the insanity of the idea that 30 years have passed between me being born and sitting right here.
Right.
Like, 3 decades now.
Another just a good example of time being what the fuck is looking at even just last year, right? Like, there's stuff that happened at the early part of 2020 that feels like it was a decade ago.
Yeah, that's also definitely true. Because I mean, even looking at the last spellcast we did, like, I was thinking about the games that I have played that have come out and that I have played between the last spellcast we did that I could talk about here. I got Death Stranding. I got a PS4 in 2019 and got Death Stranding and Fallen Order, the Jedi Fallen Order, at the end of 2019, and I don't think we ever talked about it. Like,
Yeah.
maybe I mentioned it, like, offhand while we were playing Okami or something, but, I mean...
We've probably not talked about Bloodborne.
We probably have not even talked about Bloodborne, except I'm pretty sure I mentioned it, like, when we were playing Worms last
I think it did
time.
come up while we were playing Worms, but like, I mean, that's a game that you got the platinum on. It's the only game I've cared enough to platinum on my PS4. Like, I love that game. And it's never been talked about in a spellcast because
we haven't been able to do a fucking spellcast, and yeah, I mean, so like there's just that 1 year. There's like this is why I thought this particular spellcast could
go forever.
Easily be like 2 or 3 hours long. I don't even.
We're at 2 hours.
We're at 2 hours? Wow.
Yeah, while we were talking about time, I decided to go...
Yeah, I saw you go over there
look at how long we are on the recording, and we are at a bit over 2 hours.
Wow. Yeah, and, I mean, it still feels like there's so much fucking more that we could just go on about, and...
There's games you've played, there's games I've played. Hades came out. That's a game I could go on for a good chunk of time.
I got into it, out of it, and then back into it in that time.
Yeah, I kind of did the same. Like, when it came out on Steam, I picked it up, like, right away. Like, love Supergiant, love their stuff. Basically was just waiting for the game to come to Steam and, like, get out of that, like, early point when it was on Epic only. And, like, I played a little bit of it, like, here and there, before it actually hit, like, full release. And then, you know, a bit past it hitting 1.0, I finally, like, really delved into it, and I sunk 160 hours into the game, something like that. Maybe not. Maybe only, like, 120. I don't know. Risk of Rain 2 also came out in that time.
Fucking really? That was between the end of 2019 and...
I want to say it initially released in, like, early 2019, but it actually hit, like, full 1.0 release last year, like, early in the year.
Wow.
Fuck, have I put too much time into Risk of Rain 2. I wrote an entire D&D subclass based on Risk of Rain, both 1 and 2 combined, really. Took elements from both games. I still need to go back and retweak some stuff with the Bandit now that he's been released in 2, and I have a little more to work with him. I still need to make a thing for the Heretic, which I wanted to do as well. It's a lot.
Yeah.
D&D is a whole other
that's
rabbit hole.
That's been a whole fucking thing. Oddworld Soulstorm came out. I talked a little bit about my issues with that when we were playing Worms, so there's not much else to say that I'm pretty sure I didn't already say before.
Like that you didn't already kind of cover.
Yeah, like it's okay, but it's not fantastic. So yeah. Psychonauts 2 just came out, so there's not much to talk about as far as that goes just yet.
I've said my bits on it without spoiling anything, and give you time to say your bits on it.
Trying to think of what else.
I actually I started keeping, like, last year I started keeping a notepad of just, like, all the games I've beaten during the year.
Oh. Okay.
So, like, I just have these 2 big lists where I complete a little over 1 game a month if you, like, average it out over the course of the year. Some of them are really short games that I, like, finish 2 or 3 at a time, where it's like, oh yeah, I finished this in an hour, finished this in 2, finished this in 4. But, like, played a lot of Metroidvanias like Gato Roboto
Yeah.
or Hollow Knight. Holy fuck, was Hollow Knight a dedication.
I got a Switch last year.
Damn.
In March of last year. Why did I forget that was a thing that I did last year, like just last year?
The Switch is
Because
another good example.
I remember it
time
vividly
being
because
fucky.
it was just at the start of everything getting locked down and going into quarantine, and people were really grateful to have Animal Crossing because it was a way to interact with people without having to leave your fucking house for a year.
Yup.
I got Animal Crossing, I got Smash Brothers, I got Breath of the Wild, got Pokemon Shield.
Nice. Yeah.
Sword, Shield.
Sword and Shield.
One of them.
Good games.
I forget which one. The one that had the Ponyta in it.
I think that's Shield.
Okay, if that's that, then that's the one I got.
Could be wrong there, but I think that's Shield.
Yeah. Downloaded a couple games. That was Carry On.
Carrion was...
You gave me a code for, so
Yep.
that was...
It's another good game.
That was fun for all of the few hours long it was.
Yeah, it's a short game. It doesn't overstay its welcome. Yeah. It kind of does what it needs to. I wouldn't complain if there was more. Like, I would not complain if there was a little more to it, a little more open world. But for what it is, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was
interesting.
It was good for what it was. I mean,
it
didn't try to be too much. You know?
Yeah,
it was
it's
simple, straightforward. You know,
it's a good,
some
close-ended,
light puzzles here and there,
puzzle-based Metroidvania reverse horror game.
Yeah, that's a pretty good description of it.
Yeah.
I just got the new Pokemon Snap like yesterday, the day before yesterday.
I still haven't played it. I got it like when it came out, but I haven't played it yet.
Yeah, I mean it's Pokemon Snap. You know, if you liked the N64 version, which I played a little bit on an emulator a little while ago, like a couple months ago.
You can finish that game in like 2 hours.
Yeah, it was.
It's a good game.
It was fun, and yeah, the new one is fun. You know, it's basically more of the same stuff. So, yeah, I actually have a SD card. I should have arrived today actually, but yeah, because I thought I had a bigger one in my Switch. Turns out it was only a 1 gigabyte one that I was just using to move screenshots back and forth from my computer. I thought it was a much bigger one for some reason. So yeah, when I was trying to download Pokemon Snap, it's like, you don't have enough space. I'm like, what the fuck?
My SD on my Switch keeps like going out on me.
Oh, weird.
Like when I turn on my Switch, it'll be like, can't read SD card, and like it did it before, and I had to like I could read it on my computer fine, and I ended up having to I basically pulled everything off of there and reformatted it and had to like re-download stuff, and like it did it again, and I don't know why it keeps doing it.
Huh.
But like,
just be a bad card.
When I tried to put the files that were originally on there back on there, like just copied everything over, it immediately errored out again. So it's like, I think it's like there's some update or something where it like partially downloads it or something and it corrupts something. Like I think that's what's happening.
Huh.
Because yeah. But like I haven't formatted it again since the last time it had it. I haven't touched my Switch in a bit. What was the last thing I was playing on it? I think the last time I was actively playing my Switch was really Carrion, which I finished, so like I haven't had a reason to go back to it, even though I have so many Switch games already. That's the other thing. The Switch feels like it's like this new thing. It's been out for like 4 years.
Yeah?
Like, almost five?
I just got mine like last year, just at the start of everything going into lockdown and quarantine and all that. So yeah, that's why I remember so strongly getting it, and I don't know why it just
now
slipped my mind that was a kind of significant thing that happened, and it was last year.
Yep. Hell,
but
I finally like got around to playing Katana Zero last year, and I know it's been out for a bit longer, but finally got around to playing it, and like that's the first game I ever learned to speedrun. Yeah, like I've always talked about, hey, if I were to learn to speedrun a game, it'd probably be like Mega Man X4 or something. Turns out Katana Zero was just that good. I wanted that achievement, so I had to learn to speedrun it to get the achievement. Not going for any world records, I would have to cut my time pretty much in half.
Oh, wow.
But, like, it still was a game that, like, I just wanted to keep playing, and I wanted to get all the achievements, and one of the achievements is get a gold medal on every stage.
Yeah,
Which
you have to do it fast.
Yeah, it means you gotta get fast. There's a couple levels where, like, as long as you do... Because you have to have a gold average for, like, a complete run. So you don't actually need a gold on every stage. Like, you could get a silver on a stage as long as you get a platinum on another stage to kind of counteract it. So I was able to get a couple stages really good, and then the ones where I kind of flubbed about, I was able to make up for that.
Oh, that's cool.
But, I mean, I spent a good couple months just trying to get better at that game. Definitely one of the achievements I'm most proud of. It's one of the many games that I decided I'm going to 100% this within the last couple years.
Yeah. I did all the Danganronpa games, actually. Well, I finished the first one after going in and out of it for, like, probably 2 years, so...
Right.
Yeah, and then I played the second and third ones, you know.
I still need to play V3.
It's a thing. It's a wild ride.
You have mentioned that it gets pretty up there.
Yeah.
For a series that already kind of jumps the shark.
Yeah, no, like going from like the first one, you know, it's like you can kind of make some guesses pretty early on what's actually happening. The second one, it's kind of the same. It gives you some really obvious hints, you know, like from the first like line of dialogue in the game, because you know spoiler, I don't know if it's a spoiler for the opening seconds of the game. It starts with this like weird glitchiness that your character goes through, like this glitchy virtual reality looking ass door. It's like, okay, what are we, and you don't actually, it's not actually revealed what that means until the end of the game, but you can guess what is kind of going on there.
It's one of those things that, like, your first time through, you might just kind of write it off as just like a video gamey thing, and then you'll forget about it once you kind of get involved in the story.
Yeah, I would
and then, like,
guess that maybe that's what they expected, but...
Yeah. Retroactively going back through it, like, it's going to stick out a lot, because I actually forgot the game opened like that. You know? It's been a while since I've played through, and when I was watching you stream it, you started streaming it halfway through. So...
yeah, actually, about good. I started streaming at Chapter 3, because I had just done Chapter 2. Yeah, so about halfway.
So about halfway through-ish.
Yeah.
So...
Because I did the first 2 chapters, and
I actually forgot that it opened like that.
I was like, this would be fun to stream. And then I did that, and then I streamed the entire third game. And that was fun, because people who were presumably longer time fans of the series, who knew what was going on, popped in and out to, you know, give their input and kind of help me along at some points where I was struggling. It's like
that's always nice.
Did you look again at the thing in this part? And I'm like, oh, maybe that's what it is. And you know, but it's still, you know, there's always that bullshit where it's like clearly this works as the answer to what you're asking, but that's not the answer that you're accepting, because this is the answer to what you're accepting. And it's like,
yeah, I hate those moments where it's like, you know where it's going, but, like, you know 4 steps ahead of where you're supposed to know.
Like, and that's been a problem I've had since, like,
the first game. And
even the Ace Attorney games.
Oh, yeah. No, that's fair.
But, yeah,
Ace Attorney
like,
games also do that.
Like, in the first trial in the second game, there's, like, 2 pieces of evidence you have that have paint on them, and the game will only accept one, even though the point is the paint, not the object.
Yeah.
It's like, like, this thing has paint on it, so this one. It's like, no, that's wrong. Like, well, okay, this one, it has paint on it. Yes, that's right, because it has paint on it. The other one had fucking paint on it too! What's the difference? You know, like, is this game too complex to program two possible correct answers?
Yes.
I doubt it.
Absolutely.
But no, it's fun. I like puzzles and the mystery and all of that and the plot twists and yeah, it was fun.
We want to get around to watching the Danganronpa 3 anime. I want to get around to playing V3. In a similar vein, I want to get around to playing the Zero Escape series, 999.
Oh yeah, those ones.
The non-airy games is the other title they go by.
Yeah,
but it's like
I've
999.
heard of that one.
Virtue's Last Reward, I think, is the second one, and the third one is Zero Time Dilemma. But so they are games that you are supposed to play through multiple times. So I've played through 999. I've gotten 2 endings. And the way the game works is like, so if you play through and you get to a point where like you'll have to make a choice, right? And depending on what decisions you've chosen before, you can, like, it'll let you know, so you can choose the different decisions, and then like you can fast forward through stuff you've already seen. So you can just like go at like 10 times speed through the stuff just to get to the next choice. And then like, you know, when there's something new, you can't fast forward anymore. So like, you know, like, okay, I'm learning new stuff. And so after the first ending, like, I had all these theories I was going through, right? So like the whole mechanic of 999, you are one of 9 survivors put on this boat by mysterious murder or whatever. So, and each of you has this like bracelet attached to you that has a number, and there are doors with big numbers on them, and only the people whose, so like if you were to add up all your numbers and like depending on like what the result is, like say you had like a 9 and a 5, right? So the answer would be 14. But that's 2 digits, so you combine those, so that's a 5. Right? So like that's how going through doors works, where like a door will have a number on it, so if it's a 5, so like a 9 and a 5 could go through, or like 3 and 2 could go through, or like, you know, depending on the party. And I think there was like a certain limit to the number of people that could go through at one time, but like you had to go through in a combination that equals the number, and I think it's like up to 3 people or something. So it's creates this thing where like depending on which doors you choose to go through, you go with different characters, and that changes how like things happen in the story.
Weird. That sounds cool.
So at the ending of the like final thing, there's a door that has like a 9 on it or something. For like the final door. And it's one of those things where like if everyone had survived, like everyone could have gotten out together kind of thing is like what it's implied. But there's like a character that ends up getting killed like very early because he tries to screw someone else over kind of thing. And it's like, so like if you go through a door by yourself, like the watch will kill you. It's a weird thing. There's a lot going on with that, but like I had all these theories of like basically at the end of like the first ending, it's like someone basically attacks you, and it's like, okay, I know like this character are dead. If someone were to, like, what would be the most logical person where like killing you to get your number would help them get out? And like I was going through all this like mental math, and then I played through for the second ending, and it completely changed everything. It went in a completely different route, and I was like, that throws out everything I was thinking about. Now none of this makes sense. And apparently if you get, like, I think the first one has like 6 endings or whatever, and like there's like a big twist somewhere that I've been minorly spoiled on because like I came across like a bit of fan art or something that made reference to it. Essentially, like, I won't fully reveal it, but essentially like there's a character that has a number that's different from what's actually displayed on their watch, is like the implication that I got.
Huh.
Where like there's someone who isn't who they're supposed to be, kind of thing. I don't actually fully know how that's revealed or like what the relevance is, but there's some weird twist going on in there. But essentially you get all the endings and like you get the true ending kind of thing of like what actually is going on. But like nothing is revealed about, like, between the first two endings, there's been nothing revealed about like who kidnapped you and why.
Huh.
So, and they're escape room games.
Oh yeah,
So,
that was fun.
You know, they're just really good puzzle games. They're very well done. But it's a very fascinating series that I want to play more of, where it's like, I have all of them. The issue is, like, I have a hard time focusing on handhelds, and they were originally released as handheld games. So, like,
Right.
the first one was on the DS. The second one's on the 3DS. I think they're also on, like, the Vita. But yeah. Like, I have the first two on those. They did release them later, like on Steam, I want to say.
I was gonna ask if they got re-released on anything else, because
Yeah, we actually have a collection on the PS4 called the Non-Airy Games, and it's the first two, like, on one disc.
Huh.
And I think that's the same thing that's on Steam, is you can get the first two as the Non-Airy Games, then you have to buy the third one, Zero Time Dilemma, separately. But it's a really cool concept, and I don't know how much of the concept from 999 moves into, like, the rest of the games in the series. Like, I don't think it follows the same, like, watch logic thing. But it's funny because, like, in-game, there's actually, like, a calculator in the game, so you can, like, because there's a lot of fucking weird math problems and shit.
wow.
So, like, to figure out, like, who can go through doors and stuff, like, you actually are
boy.
encouraged to use the in-game calculator.
Oh man, I have some strong opinions about math as a puzzle in puzzle games. Oh man. Yeah. I mentioned not while we were playing a couple weeks ago that I was playing Abduction from the company that made the Myst series. And yeah, they do a lot of things in that game that they do in Myst, including using math as a puzzle.
Oh, God.
And yeah, I was like, no, I'm not learning an entire new numerical system. Where's the strategy guide that tells me what diagrams to put into these consoles so I can move on with the game and not have to do math? And there was a Steam guide available that was basically like, enter these symbols and the bridge will appear. And I'm like, cool.
Nice.
I did not have to learn a base 4 numerical system to do that.
Yeah, that sounds terrible. Can we pause for 1 second?
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah.
Quick break.
Yeah. We don't usually go this long, so 240. This is a thing. We are doing a thing. Oh, man. Yeah. SpellCasts tended to be on the longer side as far as the videos that we record, because, I mean, it's just basically us having a 1 to 2 hour long conversation. And we would do those, you know, every couple months or so, depending on whether or not there was something that we felt needed to have a conversation about, you know? So, yeah, sometimes it would be several months between episodes, sometimes it would just be a couple of weeks. And we never really had a set schedule, consistent. For anything we do, really, we try to get out videos like a few times a week, depending on what we have in a backlog. But yeah, when we can't do anything for a year and a half, we end up with a 3-hour SpellCast. I hope anybody listening is enjoyed listening to us ramble about some things that we rambled about before and some new things. Because that's generally how these go. Let's see, this will be 27th spellcast. 9/19/19 was the last one we did, and it was an hour and 19 minutes long. Lots of 1s and 9s. Coincidental, but yep. So episode 56 of Okami was the last one that went up. Turns out I actually have 3 edited episodes that I never actually got around to posting, along with an entire 4-episode chunk of footage and audio that I never edited into episodes. A dog has entered the room.
I know. You're fine, you're not in trouble. Oh, you want a snack?
So yeah,
How long do you need snacks?
I think I mentioned this while we were talking and doing worms. I'm gonna edit those episodes of Okami into a single 2-hour-long video, I think, and just put a intro on it. And yeah, we'll get back into Okami at some point. I was just talking about nothing in particular, reflecting on how long it's been since we did a spellcast, since we uploaded an episode of Okami, and why this episode of spellcast is almost 3 hours long so far.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Been a long
There was a...
time.
Because, I mean, we usually have like a month or two,
Yeah.
week or two between spellcasts anyway. It's never been a consistent thing, even as far as our already inconsistent upload schedule goes.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
SpellCast has always been
Like, we do it
the
when we...
least structured part of our
when-
already not the best structured thing.
When we feel like there's something worth talking about. You know,
Yeah.
Like, if there's a major release that we're excited about and want to talk about, or if we want to talk about Borderlands or Star Wars.
Right.
Yeah.
So before I had to break for a minute there, you mentioned Myst. There's like a remake that just came out for that, right?
Yeah, they've actually remade it like several times.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what all is different about this latest remake / re-release or whatever. I haven't really been following it because I don't really care all that much about re-releases, because
That's fair.
I played the original game and I played there's a remake that's, because it's a point and click game normally. Yeah. There was one version of it when they re-released it where it's like a first person interaction kind of game, and I think that was a more engaging way to play the game, just because, I mean, point and click control are kind of, you know,
They're point and click.
yeah.
I don't think you need
It's,
much more description than that. Yeah.
Like, you run into issues where it's like, you have to click on the exact thing, and if nothing happens when you think you clicked on it, you think, oh, that's maybe that's not what I'm supposed to do right now. And then you spend an hour wandering around lost, wondering what the hell you're supposed to be doing. You look up a guide and it says, click on this thing. And you're like, I did click on that fucking thing and nothing happened. It's like, oh, my mouse cursor was 5 pixels too high.
Yeah, it's the whole pixel hunting issue with the genre.
Yeah, and that's significantly less than when you have like a first-person camera kind of controls. And
That's fair.
That was one thing that I did like about. I mean, I'm thinking that I talked about abduction before, and it's because I did, but we weren't recording that, so
That's fair.
I might end up. I mean, I'm gonna feel like I'm repeating something, and technically am, but whatever. I liked Abduction. It was more. It was a lot of the same. A lot of the stuff that I've come to expect from the company that made Myst. They used FMV characters instead of like models or whatever, and they did it in a good enough way that it wasn't really jarring. Like, because I mean, FMV is like such a 90s thing, I want to say.
Absolutely.
Like, you would see this, pixelated, pre-rendered background that's very obviously CG, and then you have this live-action person in front of you talking to you or interacting with something, and, that was cool, but, it looks really dated nowadays, especially in some of the later Myst games where they kept doing that.
It was very novel at the time. But...
Yeah. And, the way they did it in Abduction, it was... They didn't... It was more... Like, in the original Myst, there's 3 characters.
Mm-hmm.
And, 2 of them are actually played by the same guy, but they don't have any scenes together, so it's... I didn't even know that until I actually looked it up. I was like, oh, it was a low-budget game, so I can totally get that, one guy played these 2 characters of the 3 that are in the entire game, and for the most part, you only interact with them. You open a book, and there's they're trapped in the book, so they're basically like a picture, it's like a square, and so it's not really all that jarring to see like FMV, because it's small and not really. Why do I feel like I'm stuttering all of a sudden? I don't know why that's happening.
Getting a bit of that brain lag.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. It keep. I'm honestly a little bit concerned about that. Oh, okay.
I'm sure you're fine.
Yeah, I'm probably fine. So yeah, the FMV, just the FMV in Abduction. It's basically a staple of the other stuff that they've done,
right.
So they did it in a way that it's not, it doesn't look dated or obvious or anything.
It's not
Most
jarring.
of it's like holograms, like projected holograms, but it's like live FMV. I am losing the ability to talk. Man. I
can talk for a bit while you
yeah, I'm like
try to regain your talking ability.
I don't know. I'm picking up a stutter or something. Like that's really weird.
I mean, it's something I find if I talk too much for too long, like it'll start to like kind of. It's why I go through so much water when we're doing this. Is because you start to like your throat starts to get dry and it starts to get harder and harder to just keep talking.
Man.
But there was like a horror game recently released, or at least within the last year or so, that like uses FMV like really well. Where like essentially you're going through this hotel and you're piecing together this story. There's like ghosts and stuff.
I know I don't remember the name. Was playing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was called, but I know the one you're talking about. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I forgot there was FMV in that.
Yeah, like it's basically just all FMV. It's like I think it's like a rendered hotel, but like everything else is basically FMV. But it's really novel what they did with it, and it's really cool. But it's also one of those things where it's like once you know how the game's systems work,
it's a little less.
It takes a lot of the tension out of the fact that it's a horror game.
Mm-hmm.
because you know how the game systems work and you know the limits because of how they recorded it. Like, because everything's FMV and it's kind of like a point and click.
It's all pre-recorded, so there's certain things that cannot happen and certain things that have to happen.
Yeah, so like if you're at like a dead-end hallway or whatever and you're looking down the hallway, the guy that's chasing you can never come down the hallway at you.
Because they didn't record him, like, coming around the corner or whatever.
Yeah. So, like, he can only come at you from, like, behind you or from around a corner, like, where you're not able to see him. That's the only time he can approach, is if you're not looking where he'd be coming from. So if you're staring down the hallway, he can't come down to you. But the moment you turn to
around,
go into a room, then
behind.
he can appear behind you, kind of thing.
That's,
so, like,
that's interesting, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, from a technical standpoint, I mean, it seems like it'd be pretty immersion-breaking horror-wise, but
it's one of those things.
From a technical standpoint, that's actually really fascinating.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, once you know it's in the game, like, and you like learned the limits of what the game can do, it does kind of break some of the horror immersion. But from a technical standpoint, it's really cool and it's really well done. And most likely, your first time through, you're not gonna notice
you probably
that.
won't even.
You're not going to pick up on like those kind of limitations because you're so focused on the thing. And there are some things that are not as well done where it's just like very RNG based. Like if he comes into a room that you're hiding in, you can either hide in the closet or you can hide in the bathroom. And like you can see it, like if you hide in the bathroom, you can kind of see him walk by, and like sometimes he'll kind of peek in, and whether or not he comes in and actually like kills you is complete RNG.
Oh, well, that's
so like
not very fun.
Yeah, there's some stuff where it's like they could have done this better, but like with the limitations of what they were doing and the fact that it's like a small indie thing, like it's very impressive in what it does. Like little things that could be improved definitely here and there, but like it is truly like a marvel, and just like taking something that is considered dated and doing it in a modern way that like really breathes new life into the concepts.
Yeah, that's I completely forgot that was a thing that came out, and a definite modern use of FMV. And yeah, I remember watching Markiplier play through it. Like I don't know if he played through the whole game. I only watched like the first video that he did for it. But
yeah, I only watched a little bit of his playthrough.
It looked really impressive for being a game based almost entirely on FMV stuff. And yeah, that was another example of it being well utilized in a modern context.
Yep.
But yeah, going back to Abduction, the Myst game, the only other time you interact with a character, he's on the other side of this like hatch with like a glass window, so it's kind of similar to how they framed them in the books in the Myst games. So it's like you're only seeing part of him, and it's also through a sort of slightly foggy glass.
Okay,
so it kind of
doesn't make it as jarring.
Yeah, it's not quite as iffy looking as far as FMV goes, and even then, you know, the more improved technology since the other games, and you know, it's obviously better, you know, just in general, because, you know, but yeah, FMV in like interactive sections in games is always kind of been interesting. Like, I've seen some behind-the-scenes pictures from when they were working on the Myst games, like Riven in particular, because there's one where you have you basically in a cage, and the antagonist has you, like, you know, at his mercy basically, and he walks around the room, and you can follow him by, you know, clicking controls and turning the camera to face him, and he's interacting with stuff, and it's like, this is FMV. He was on a green screen, and this was shot from very specific angles. And I don't know, I just thought that was cool that they had the ability to do that, you know, in the 90s.
No, that's fair.
And you know, aside from the video looking kind of fuzzy, because, you know, it wasn't exactly high resolution back then at the time, they could remake that with modern camera technology, and it would still look pretty damn good. It might even be seamless, depending on, you know, how much time they want to put into actually redoing that. But
yeah, God, talking about green screens and stuff reminds me of there was a recent Game Theory video. I think it was Game Theory. Might have been. Yeah, no, I think it was Game Theory about how we all know Disney is our corporate overlords that are slowly monopolizing entertainment.
mm-hmm.
But there is someone that does have a one-up on them, and it's Epic, because of the Unreal Engine. Because they use the Unreal Engine for a lot of films and shows these days.
Is that right?
Yeah. So apparently, they basically use it like green screen technology, right? Where like while they're filming the person, they can actually use the Unreal Engine to project onto like screens behind them and stuff, like the environment or like the CG thing that they're supposed to be fighting, so they can better interact with it.
Huh.
And I was just like, I never thought about that, but apparently that's a thing, and it's fascinating to me.
Yeah, and I guess with a game engine, it would have much tighter camera controls and the ability to render stuff in more or less real time or on the fly.
Yep.
That is very interesting. I never would have even considered that as a potential application of game development software.
Yeah, it's a very good watch. I want to pull up that video later because it's a very good video, and it's just really fascinating to learn about that technology.
When you find it, because that sounds damn fascinating.
Yeah, it's an interesting little kind of dive into where Epic is as a business, and like it really kind of puts into perspective a lot of like what they've done over the years, because they've always been kind of a company that's like trying to find a way to compete in different markets, right?
Yeah, I mean,
like
Epic Game Store is
the original
thing.
Yeah, the original creation of Unreal, like Unreal and Quake and like the Unreal Engine and all that. Like that was all to compete with Doom, and the whole reason they made the Unreal Engine was because they realized while they were working on the game, like, this takes so long, and like at the time, a lot of companies were just remaking games from scratch. They didn't really reuse engines. So they were like, if we make something that is modular so we can use it for multiple games, we can pump games out faster, and we can keep up so that we're not constantly playing catch up and trying to like keep up with the next release, because like as they were working on their game, Doom 2 was already getting ready to come out, kind of thing. So, and because they got in on the idea of a game engine so early, it became so ubiquitous that like they're the biggest one. Like there's other companies that have tried to make engines, but they're not as big out there. You know? Nothing quite as strong as the Unreal Engine, and it puts in perspective like them and their whole like lawsuit against Apple and stuff. Like it's not just about trying to like get a bigger share of like the money for like the sales for stuff on the App Store. It's about them wanting to make a competing App Store so that like the only options aren't Google Store or Apple Store, depending on if you have Google phone or Apple phone. Like they want to have their own thing in that market of like break up the duopoly. And like it's the same thing with Steam, where like I mean, Steam is the controlling, like, yes, there's other services out there when it comes to digital storefronts, but Steam is the controlling share.
Yeah, Steam's going to be hard to compete with, because they've been around for so long, and they've evolved.
Yeah.
You know, Steam used to be just, like, the thing you installed so you could play Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
And then they added, you know, a bunch of Valve games to it, and it was originally the thing I got so I could play Portal.
I mean,
And I thought it was dumb that I had to install another program just to play a couple of games. And
I got Steam to play Audio Surf.
there you go.
That was it. That was the game for me.
Yeah, and then all this other stuff started coming out on it, including like older games that I couldn't play anymore because they were, on old CDs that Windows can't read anymore or whatever, Like, I think Oddworld and Abe's Odyssey and Abe's Exodus were the first games I purchased on Steam because they showed up on Steam, and I was like, oh, that's cool. I would love to be able to play those again without having to worry about a janky CD not being able to install it.
Right.
And it was like $15 for the both of them, and I'm like, cool. I wonder what other games from my childhood I will be able to play on Steam going forward. And yeah, the other big one that I couldn't find anywhere or couldn't install because the CDs were janked up was the Free Space games, but I got those from... Is that Thunder?
Yep.
Huh.
That sounds like Thunder.
Yeah, I ended up getting Free Space from GOG.
Unless it's someone rolling a garbage bin. It's hard to tell. Sorry.
Sounds like a rumbling went on a little longer for it to be that, but I don't know. Yeah, but yeah, Steam was it took me a while to see how great Steam ended up being. So yeah, like when I first installed it, I was like, this is so dumb that I have to install this whole other thing just to play these few games, and then it's like, oh, I can get other games on here. And yeah, now I have like 400 fucking Steam games.
Yeah. Well, and like that's the thing too, that like that's what Epic's competing with, is the convenience of the fact that people already have giant Steam libraries.
Yeah.
They don't want to have to. It's why like there's like the whole problem right now where like streaming services have just turned into cable, but digital
with extra steps.
Yeah, cable with extra steps, because like it used to be you installed Netflix. Now it's like, well, if you want to watch Disney movies, you gotta get Disney Plus, and well, if you want to watch this one movie, you gotta get HBO, and if you want to watch this show, you gotta get Amazon.
If you want to watch Rugrats, you have to get Paramount. If you want to watch if you want to watch Walking Dead, you have to get the AMC thing, which has Walking Dead and literally nothing else worth watching, apparently. My mom just got a 1 year for that, and I was like, oh, I'll see if there's anything on there. Oh, they have some BBC stuff. Maybe they have Doctor Who. They do not have Doctor Who.
Rip.
They have The Walking Dead and a bunch of other original stuff, and nothing else that I want to see. I don't even like Walking Dead all that much. I kind of got bored with it.
I don't even think we finished the first season.
Oh, I got further than that.
So, that's my feelings on it.
I got about halfway through the latest season that is not currently coming out. I don't know. I don't know. It got samey, boring. It should have. Yeah. It's been going on longer than it should have been, and it's just. Zombies are tired now, okay? Stop doing zombies.
Or at least do something new and unique with zombies.
Yeah, but like even... I don't know if there's all that much different stuff they can do with zombies. It's like if it still boils down to it's zombies.
Yeah.
Like The Last of Us, it tried to be like, oh, they're not zombies, they're humans that were infected with this fungal disease or whatever that turned them into zombies.
Yeah.
Zombies, yeah. They're basically zombies.
Well, I mean...
And yeah, I know the point is the interactions between the human characters. And humans are the real monsters. It's like, do we need the zombies in the first place? I mean, it could have...
It could be any, like...
It could have been just a disease. They could have gone like the Stand, where it's just a disease that kills everybody. It doesn't turn them into zombies.
I was gonna say, it could be any sort of,
and they could have hit all the same story
disaster.
It could have hit all the same story plot points. It's like, oh, we're trying to... This disease is still out there. It's still killing people. You have somebody who seems to be immune to it. We want to basically sacrifice them to find a cure for it. And, yeah.
Yeah.
and you go from there. There didn't need to be zombies in it.
Zombies force conflict. That's why zombies are in those sorts of stories. Because yeah, you can, like, for at least the narrative beats, right, you can replace the zombies with any sort of, like, wide-reaching disaster kind of thing. But they're there to force the conflict, right? You know, you have a group of survivors, they're trapped inside a mall, and they can't leave because they're zombies.
Yeah.
You know, like...
Stuff like, in that case...
And then stuff starts falling apart because the zombies break in. Like, zombies force conflict and kind of force things to move forward, whereas, like, yeah, you could do the trapped inside a mall thing with, like, okay, maybe there's, like, a poison gas that's, like, permeating our atmosphere, and that's why they're trapped inside the mall. But, like, how do you, like, explain the gas just suddenly breaking in? You know, like, you can't... It doesn't work the same way zombies do, where, like, zombies can, like, okay, now they can break a window or something. Like, something could happen. So, you know, that's the reason why zombies get used. But, like, again, it comes down to, like, how you do the zombies. Like, not just, like, the whole, like, oh, are they fast zombies? Are they slow zombies? Is it a unstoppable mindless horde, or is there, like a hive mind to them? Like, sure, those are ways to change up the zombies themselves, but, like, at the end of the day, they're still just zombies. It's what you do with them that matters more than how you do it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, like, a good example is the anime School Live, where, like, yes, it's zombies, but it comes at it from the angle of your main focal character, like the main hero of the story, is in denial. Like, they're completely delusional, and everyone else has to kind of try to not only help them, like, you know, like, interact with them as if, like, you know, like, everything's okay, but also, like, try to keep them from getting hurt. You know, it's like, yeah, no, we're just on a shopping trip, but you can't make a sound because it's late. Like,
yeah,
you know,
so, I mean, yeah, that sounds like an interesting take on the idea.
Yeah, it addresses a different thing other than the usual, like, humanity bad, and when people are forced into these bad situations, they start killing each other, because that's what a lot of zombie stories kind of boil into.
Zombie anime, actually. I watched I think it was High School of the Dead, like, a while ago, like several years ago.
Never got around to watching that one.
Yeah, it's a zombie story, but I was disappointed because it was called High School of the Dead,
and only like 5% of it takes place in a high school.
The first 2 episodes actually take place in the high school, and I thought it was gonna be like, oh, all these, like, school clubs and stuff have to band together and use their special skills to survive a zombie invasion or whatever. It's like, maybe the gardening club has, you know, like, rakes and shovels and stuff, and they're beating them up, and the I don't know, maybe the electronics club builds some kind of zombie killing robot. You know, I thought it was gonna be cool, funny shit like that, and, you know, there was a little bit of that, you know, early on, and it just
devolved into generic zombie story.
It became generic zombie story, and I'm like, man.
But with jiggle physics.
With jiggle physics, yeah.
But with gratuitous fan service.
An absurd amount of fan service, which did not help my main issue with the direction it went in. Like,
there's nothing wrong with fan service.
Nothing.
But, like,
necessarily wrong with it. It depends on.
But, like,
context.
Yeah. Like, do something with it, you know? It's like zombies, but with fan service.
Yeah. It's like there's no reason for this, and furthermore, it violates the laws of physics for a bullet to do that.
But that scene is so iconically...
It's iconic because it's so fucking stupid. And unnecessary and out of place.
Absolutely.
And in an already ridiculous...
but, like...
Well, I mean, it wasn't...
For a point of comparison, right? Like, Kill la Kill is all fan service. It's completely ridiculous and over the top in its fan service, but it does it well. Like, it's doing something with the fan service.
Too.
Yeah.
Because the whole idea is, I mean, I don't know. Hope don't worry about spoilers for this. It's been out for however long it has. Basically, the idea
like,
is that fabric is aliens, and touching too much of them with your skin corrupts you or like slowly kills you. I forget what the actual deal was. It was like something like that, though.
Well, so like the main thing with like the whole fan service thing is the idea that like the outfit gives her power, but like it's skimpy because it's supposed to be like her overcoming her insecurities kind of thing. So like when she's like initially when Ryuko gets Senketsu and is like embarrassed about it, like she's not able to fight as good. But then when she kind of accepts the fact, like, fuck it, look at my tits and ass, like, that's when she's able to start kicking ass because, like, she's able to get past the blocking confidence there. Like, it's like, all right, you know what? I just have to own it. And, like, that's really what it's about is, like, having confidence in yourself and in your body. But it's done in a ridiculous, over-the-top way that it's really only Trigger could execute.
Very silly and strange and completely off the wall. But yeah, no, it's an example of it being done well, and you know, go completely off the wall if you're going to go completely off the wall, and they did that.
Yeah. And they did something with it other than just throw it in there to be fan service. Like, they incorporated it into the story.
Yeah.
And the whole alien fibers thing and nudist beach.
It was... It's
such
a good,
ridiculous
I need to
show.
watch that one again, too. That was...
And in classic Trigger fashion, they go to space.
That's right, they do.
The final fight takes place in space.
Oh, man, and... talking about fan service and bringing it back to Star Wars again, of all fucking things.
Oh no.
Well, no, not that kind of fan service.
Okay.
I mean, like, like, hey, look at this thing that from the thing you like. Remember that?
Yeah.
You know, that kind of thing. You know, there's places where that's done well and places where that's not done so well, and the sequel trilogy does not do it very well. I mean, it's mostly the last one. Because, I mean, I had issues with The Last Jedi.
Right.
But I thought it was okay. You know, I didn't think it was like I didn't think it murdered anybody's childhood and shit in the bullet holes. Like some people are trying to argue it did. I think there were some kind of dumb plot points in there just for the sake of forcing conflict between characters who would not have otherwise come into conflict. But you know, it's they have a plot to move along, and they have to, you know, get these characters where they want them to be for the end of the movie. So, you know, it was okay. The Rise of Skywalker, which I don't think I have had a chance to talk about. I don't know if we talked about it during the Okami episodes that I haven't put up yet, but I do remember when I was looking at that footage mentioning that I would be seeing The Rise of Skywalker later that same evening at the time we were recording that.
So we probably haven't.
So we probably have not had a chance to talk about that, unless we did when we were playing Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, because that did go up, and that would have been after I had seen the movie. So
Maybe?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I didn't.
I don't know.
It's been a year since those went up, so
it's been too long since we've done anything.
Yeah, Rise of Skywalker was not good. And
kind of the consensus I've gotten.
Like,
a lot of people were unhappy with it for various reasons.
Like, the Force Awakens, I liked The Force Awakens. I thought it was a good... You know, they retreaded some plot points from the older movies, and I think that was fine, because, you know, it's a new company handling this long-running franchise that has a lot of fans to please, and I think they did a perfectly okay job with it.
And there's nothing wrong with creating parallels.
Yeah.
You know, it gives people something to latch onto and connect to, and kind of gives them an idea
if
of
anything,
where things are going to go, so that you can subvert those expectations.
Yeah, and I mean, if anything, it falls flat on its face by not doing enough of that, honestly, as it goes on. But I think the Force Awakens was a good starting point. You know, they set up a lot of stuff, asked a lot of questions that they clearly intended to answer in the later movies. They just didn't tell the director of that movie to actually answer those questions. Or, you know, to leave some questions for the next movie to actually wrap up, you know? That was one problem that I did have with The Last Jedi. It did kind of seem like the director thought he was making the last movie instead of the middle one. Because he wrapped up quite a few characters' arcs before, you know, the last movie. So it's like,
Oops.
like these confrontations should have been given another movie to build up to. Because now we have Finn, the ex-stormtrooper, doing fuck all in the last movie, because you gave him his conflict with his former commanding officer, and basically, you know, wrapping up his overall story arc in the middle movie. So now he's a main character with nothing to do in the last movie.
And there's nothing wrong with ending a character's arc early, but you still have to do something with the character.
They need to have something to do, and they were hinting at that he might have that he might be force sensitive, and you know, but they don't do anything with that.
Yeah.
They just hint at it. It's like, oh, he might be a Jedi someday, but not in this movie.
So, the general thing I've heard that like the trilogy as a whole has a problem with is the fact that that like it was constantly changing like who was in control of things. Like none of them are by the same people.
Well, the Rise of Skywalker and Force Awakens were because they brought J.J. Abrams back. Because of the negative reaction to The Last Jedi, which I think is personally overblown. Not to say that there's not things wrong with it, but
that's part of the problem too, though, is the fact that yes, they brought him back, but they brought him back to salvage what was already messed up and like stuff that was like they should have had the same person doing all three so that it was a cohesive story with a cohesive vision, and they kept trying to course correct based on fan reactions to things.
Yeah, and
which isn't how they should have done it. They should have just been like, okay, this is what we're doing, start to finish, and
you can't
it
do
doesn't
that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how the fans react. We gotta stick to our guns. If we set up something, that idea needs to have a resolution. We can't just drop it because the fans don't like it. And unfortunately,
on that note, the loudest fans are going to have the worst ideas about why they don't like your movie.
Yeah.
Like, they were mad because one of the main characters was Asian, because they were basically racist about it.
Yeah.
Like, you can't cater to those people.
But...
I mean, if you're going to... If you're going to take input from the fans, don't take it from the loudest ones who are bitching about, you know, it's like, oh, this stormtrooper can't be black. It's like, why not? Like, oh, this character can't do that. Like, why not? Because she's a woman? Because she's Asian? Because what?
Yeah. And...
there was no other justification for not liking that character. It was purely because of her gender and her race.
He's a Mary Sue. So is Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, no kidding. Dude went from struggling to lift up a rock to force choking out the Jabba's guards in one movie. And yeah, there was I'm not sure of the exact timeline, but there was at least a year between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. So, you know, who knows what the fuck he was doing there, but it really does look like he learned a lot in a very short amount of time.
Yeah. No,
and he does learn a lot in a short amount of time, so, I mean, I never took issue with Rey being a Mary Sue. I never took issue with any of that shit. Except in The Rise of Skywalker, where, you know, it's like, oh, she's not a Mary Sue, she's a Palpatine! After we spent the last movie telling you that she was explicitly nobody, that she was not related to anybody, that was the big reveal, that you thought she was gonna be related to somebody, and surprise, she's not! And like, I actually liked that.
Yeah.
You know,
it's a good subversion of expectations.
And one of the criticisms that people had about The Last Jedi was there was too much subversion of expectations just for the sake of subverting expectations.
Yeah.
I can see where they're coming from that. I don't think that was one of those problems.
Yeah.
That was a good subversion of expectations.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good way to kind of break up things. Again, it's... People have opinions.
Yeah, I mean...
Some of those opinions are bad.
Some of those opinions are wrong.
Yeah, some of those opinions are wrong.
No,
you might say opinions can't be wrong. Joke's on you. Some people decide that things are bad just because they have girl in it.
Yeah, no, that's...
But...
I mean, that's still an opinion and totally subjective, but you're an asshole for having opinions like that.
Yeah.
And that's my opinion. My opinion is that your opinion makes you an asshole.
But yeah.
Fight me. I don't care. What was I...
Yeah, unfortunately,
subversion of expectations.
The trilogy's kind of a mess.
Yeah.
I haven't even watched any of them. Like, my entire, perception of those is, the different videos kind of breaking them apart and, analyzing them and people reacting to their existence, essentially.
I'm apparently really good at turning my brain off when I'm watching a movie. Because, I enjoyed watching all three of those movies. You know? I mean, I thought, well, that's kind of a stupid coincidence, but I don't know. I mean, I'm still enjoying myself. I'm watching a Star Wars movie. It's the first trilogy in, a decade, since we got the prequel trilogy.
It's literally space wizards.
I've been a fan of this series since before I was walking,
Yeah.
I can enjoy it while I'm watching it, but thinking about it afterward and hearing other people analyze it and point out things, it's like, yeah, that is not a good movie. I enjoyed it, but it wasn't good.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing too, is that there's a fine line between good and enjoyable. They're not the same thing. Is Troll 2 a good movie? Absolutely not. Is it an enjoyable experience? Yes, it is. It is very fun. The Room is another example where it's fun to watch. It is an enjoyable experience. It is not a good movie by any measure, but it's a good time.
Yeah.
And I think that's what a lot of people forget is some stuff is just meant to be just mindless fun.
Yeah.
You don't have to... The Marvel movies... They're good. They are
hit or miss. Some of them are a lot of fun to watch. Some of them it's they make you think, and some of them it's just
some of them are fun to watch.
That was an action movie.
Some of them are Thor 2. Not all of them can knock it out of the park.
I didn't even think Thor 2 was all that bad. I mean,
it's just very forgettable.
Yeah, but
that's it's not that it's bad.
Basically,
it's just,
what I've heard. It's it was a movie.
Yeah, it's not that it's bad. It's just that it's not exciting. You can watch it, but you don't have as good a time watching it. It's just things happen and then you forget about them.
I think the only reason you need to even have seen it is so you know that the Asgardians have the Reality Stone, which isn't I don't think is called that by name at that point yet.
At the time, it's just the Aether, which is the Reality Stone.
But they don't actually call it that in the movie, though.
Yeah, they don't call it the Reality Stone in the movie, but it's given to the Collector at the end of the movie.
Right.
And that's the only thing you need to know is that the Collector has that, which is why in Guardians
they're taking
him the other one because he's trying to get them all because he's the Collector.
Yeah. Were you planning
on... Howard the Duck was there.
Oh man.
But yeah, no.
Were you planning on watching the What If series? ever?
I want to.
Okay.
I don't know when or if I'll get around to it, but I do want to.
I won't spoil too much then.
But yeah.
The second one, it's really interesting that you mentioned the Collector and Howard the Duck.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh,
but
man.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
I was just gonna say though that like the Marvel movies, like there's an argument that they are not art. They are just movies that are formulaically designed to put people in theater seats.
But like, they wouldn't be able to do that if people didn't enjoy them. And,
and
what the fuck is art then?
Well, see, that's the thing is like, I actually like I've looked at the arguments about them not being art, and I actually do to a point agree with that assessment that they're not art, but not everything has to be.
Fair.
Things are allowed to just be entertaining, mindless fun.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with the Marvel movies being entertaining, mindless fun.
I guess it depends on how you define art. Like, I hate the idea that something isn't art because it doesn't hold up to some arbitrary standard. Like, whether it's quality or the subject matter or the content or whatever, if it has to have a message or say something. I mean, you can draw a picture of a stick figure and it's not art, but you say it represents the simplicity of the human form and suddenly it's art?
Yeah. No, there's definitely...
Yeah, I mean, are cave paintings not art because they're not technically complex? So, I mean...
Yeah, there's like a director or something...
It's not that it's not art.
Directly said that. And
that you don't...
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, there's a director or something that said that, and there's a very good argument that I was kind of reading about it for, like, why, and it's like, okay, I understand this, I see where you're coming from. That doesn't make them bad, but I do see where you're coming from.
You could make the argument that because it's a cash grab, it has less artistic merit to it, but it wouldn't be a cash grab if people didn't enjoy it.
Yeah.
And people enjoy it for some reason, and, you know, it's telling a story. And that's a form of art. You know, whether you agree with the direction of the story, or how technically well executed it is, or, you know, maybe the director or the storyteller has some kind of problematic history that you don't agree with, that doesn't make it less art.
Right. And
so,
yeah, no, that's totally fair.
It's,
but yeah.
I don't know, it's,
I would say most of the Marvel movies are just mindless fun. And there's nothing wrong with them being mindless fun. There are a couple that I think are very, very good movies that actually say something with their storylines. Iron Man 3, a lot of people hate. I think Iron Man 3 is one of the best Marvel movies.
I liked it. I don't know if I would call it a standout exactly, but I mean, I liked it.
It stands out to me for...
I only saw it for the first time relatively recently, so...
Yeah, it stands out to me for how they address Tony Stark's character and, like, what he's going through and his mentality, because, like, it's basically him going through the PTSD of the attack on New York.
Right.
And it directly is the cause for Ultron, because that's him trying to solve and stop that problem that he sees of, like
we're not ready to fight off another attack like that. Yeah.
Like, when Thanos shows up, we're all dead, is basically, like, what he is expecting. And so, like, it is a very good movie in how it addresses how he's going through that. And, like, it's one of those movies where it's like, yeah, it's not the most memorable, it doesn't have the most memorable villain or, like, the best action scenes, but it has some of the best character moments.
Yeah, that's perfectly fair to say.
And it comes down to, like, what are you watching the movie for? Like,
yeah, I mean, not everybody expects a cinematic masterpiece, but some people expect a little more than mindless actions. I mean, it's...
the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, I think, are, like, a good comparison as well, where, like, I think the first one is the more enjoyable experience. It's just so much more fun, whereas the second one is very emotional.
Right.
You know, and it's like, okay,
Yeah.
what am I, like, both of them have great music and do fun things with the soundtrack during the scenes. Like, one of my favorite scenes in all of Marvel is the opening scene of Guardians 2 with Groot
Yeah.
just fucking dancing,
Dancing
and they're
around while
fighting
everyone's-
this fucking thing in the background, but it's all focused on little Groot. I love that scene, but, like, if I'm
and
looking
then you
for
have
just...
Mr. Blue Sky stuck in your head for the next 3 days.
Yep. But if I'm just looking for, like, a good time, I'll watch the first movie. Because, like, as a whole, it's just a more fun experience.
Yeah,
Whereas, if I want a little more emotional impact, I'll watch the second movie.
How dare you not take the most extreme stance and say that every movie is either good or utter shit?
Curses!
This
Why
is
isn't the world black and white?
This is the internet. This is stuff that we are recording for the internet.
You're right.
No
Everything
middle
has
of the road bullshit. Everything is either good or shit.
Yeah, there is no gray. Everything is black or white. All of your opinions are shit. Your favorite game, it's shit. Your favorite movie, it's shit. All of it is shit.
Unless I like it, then it's good.
Yeah, if I like it, then it's fine. If your favorite game is Final Fantasy Tactics, good. You have great taste. If it's any other game, you're the worst person and you deserve to die. Oh man. Gotta
Man.
gotta love the internet. Gotta love it.
Welcome to the internet.
But yeah, I actually haven't watched. Okay, not entirely sure. I was gonna say I haven't watched anything Marvel since Endgame, but that's not entirely true. I did see Black Widow. There was a Discord I was in. Someone had like bought it when it like came out on like HBO Max or whatever the fuck it was.
That would have been
Disney Plus, whatever. Right, Disney Plus has the fucking thing where it's just like you can buy the movies when they're like releasing right now, so you can like watch them early before they're like generally available.
Turns out that causes a few issues when a certain star's contract stipulates that they will receive a percentage of movie ticket sales when half of your revenue is generated through non-ticket sales.
Yeah, weird how they acted in bad faith. Weird the Greedy Mouse Corporation is being a greedy corporation.
Yeah, what a surprise. Fucking Disney.
What a surprise. The corporation that constantly is lobbying to change copyright laws so that their
They can
character...
hold on to Mickey Mouse for 150 fucking years.
So that their character never enters the public domain is being a greedy
Like,
corporation.
And that seems just excessive and extreme, and I don't understand, like, instead of just extending it, I mean, why not just allow them to have the character under their ownership? I mean, why does it have to expire? I mean, it's so if the creator dies, then their creation enters the public domain after a certain amount of time. That's fine with, but Disney is the company that owns the rights to that character, and they clearly intend to keep using him.
Yeah.
And there's no real danger of it entering the public domain as long as they keep, using him.
Yeah.
I don't see how we can't just...
I think we should just let fucking Mickey Mouse enter the public domain. Give us some actual like new unique spins on the character, and like I don't know. Disney is just a greedy corporation.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like they make plenty of money from every other fucking source. Do they really need the one character that badly? Probably not.
It's the principle of the thing. He's the
face
of their corporation, their company. Their entire identity is those three circles.
Yeah, but like
that iconic silhouette.
That's a whole other thing. But yeah, like what was I gonna say? But yeah, so I watched Black Widow. Someone in a Discord I was in was streaming it to the Discord so that we could all watch it as like a group. And it was all right. It's one of those things where it's like, had this come out before they killed off the character, it would have been much more interesting. Like I would have been way more invested about like everything happening, and I would have cared more about her death, and her death would have felt less like a token. We're gonna kill off this character now. But
it doesn't
honestly
really seemed like it had much, if any, impact on the
greater narrative.
Like the larger universe. Like it
It
felt really strangely self-contained as far as the other Marvel movies go. Like they usually
it's setting up some stuff for having like her sister basically get revenge.
I figured
like
that
setting
might
up for her to become a more major character.
I figured that must have been the direction they were planning to go with it then, because
it also sets up an interesting bit of like continuity with what's his face, the Red Comet or whatever.
I know who you're talking
Russian
about.
Captain America.
Yeah.
Where like he is convinced he fought Captain America.
Yeah, I saw that.
It comes up multiple times.
I saw the film theory on that too. So I know
it comes
exactly
up
what you're
multiple
talking
times,
about.
But like
I do wonder if that's going to end
it does
up being
create
the case.
continuity areas. So like it does raise some questions about
because they are definitely
what they're going to do with that. It feels like they want to do something with that.
They are definitely setting up like the idea of this not so heroic team of Avengers, because Falcon and the Winter Soldier basically has evil Captain America now. I mean, he's I don't know if that's a spoiler or not, but
I probably won't get around to watching Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Okay, yeah, well, minor spoilers for, well, I guess it's kind of major, but they replaced Captain America because, they picked some well-decorated soldier or something to basically take up the shield because, he gave it to Falcon at the end of Endgame.
Yeah.
And Falcon's like, I can't be Captain America. I'm not Steve Rogers. So he basically just donates the shield to like a museum or something, and eventually the government is like, we need a symbol. We need a Captain America. We need somebody to have that shield. So they basically pick some soldier and give it to him. But he's not a super soldier, so he kind of gets his ass kicked by some of the more powerful villains in the scope of that show. And he eventually becomes a super soldier, I think. I think they imply that he does. I don't remember if they actually confirmed that he... Because plot point is that there's more super soldiers because somebody kept trying to perfect the serum that they used on Captain America. So there's a few more super soldiers, and they're trying to make more, and fake Captain America gets his hands on a vial of it. And I think they imply that he does take it and become a super soldier. But he does some other naughty things and basically gets told, you can't be Captain America anymore. You're too much of an asshole. So he basically gets approached by this agent, this shady lady.
The shady lady.
Yeah, and she basically recruits him to some unspecified team of operatives or whatever. And it's kind of implied that she's putting together basically evil Avengers.
The Neg-Avengers.
Yeah. And I guess there's precedent in the comics for that being a thing.
Yeah, that checks out.
So, yeah. Well, not necessarily evil, but, like, less
lawful good.
Yeah, more lawful evil. A team of Avengers is basically kind of what they seem to be setting up. But, yeah. I think she was also in the end credits scene for Black Widow. Like, it was the same lady.
Oh, okay. She's the same one that approaches the sister.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That checks out. Now I know. I remember someone mentioning something about, like, there being, like, a cameo thing, and I was like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, because so that should have been the first time that she showed up, but because of the fucked up release schedule, because of
the whole COVID
the
thing.
previous year, this ended up coming out after Falcon and the Winter Soldier. So
yeah,
I almost said Captain Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Captain Falcon. Yo.
Oh man.
Now that I might watch.
I mean, he basically does become Captain Falcon by the end of it, because he does eventually accept the idea that he needs to be the new Captain America. So, Oh, that's a
so when does
tremendous
he get
major
to Falcon
spoiler.
Punch?
I mean, he does Falcon Punch people, basically. He doesn't say it, but he punches people as Captain Falcon, Captain America. So,
no, I was
man.
gonna say though, I've seen a little bits and pieces of Loki. When I go over to Matt's, there
Loki
were a
was
couple
really
times
good.
they were watching it. Like I've caught the ending, which was very interesting, and I caught a little bit, I think, in between there. But interesting ending, interesting stuff they're potentially setting up there.
Yeah, no, it's the next Marvel phase is gonna go batshit as far as like
Yeah,
multiverse and alternate timelines, and
I need to watch.
I mean, the new Spider-Man trailer
Yeah.
just dropped, and they're setting up all
No Way
kinds
Home.
of
I haven't watched the trailer yet, and I'm avoiding watching the trailer because I still actually do want to watch the last Spider-Man one that came out, Far From Home, because I haven't watched that one either.
Really.
Yeah, I have not seen Spider-Man Far From Home. Like I said, I just kind
Oh.
of fell off after Endgame.
Yeah, I
was
guess
Very let down with Endgame.
I keep going back and forth on considering Spider-Man Marvel, because it is Marvel, but it's Sony, and
Yeah,
they don't
but
technically have Spider-Man, so
Yeah.
it's
Sony owns
It's-
the character, but he's part of the Marvel
Yeah,
universe.
so-
and there's some
Yeah.
weird legal mumbo jumbo in there. It's fine. Yeah, no, I'm really interested on those. Not really that because like Spider-Man is that much of an interesting character to me. Like I do like Spider-Man. He is one of the more interesting heroes in my eyes. He's not like my favorite by any means, but I really like anything involving Doctor Strange.
that's perfectly fair. Yeah, he's
The Doctor Strange movie is literally what got me back into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Because, so I had seen Iron Man, Captain America, and then Avengers. Like, I missed Thor. Like, I never saw Thor. I hadn't seen, I still actually haven't seen the Hulk movie, but, like, it's dubious whether that
I haven't
counts.
seen it either. I don't.
It's dubious whether that counts, both in the fact that like it's kind of and like it doesn't totally perfectly connect because like they changed the actor and stuff, and a lot of it is kind of iffy on canonicity. So it's like whatever. But yeah, so I'd seen like
we consider
those
Iron
three.
Man the first one.
Yeah.
Even
But
though
yeah,
I think Hulk did technically come out before.
I think it did.
Yeah, it came out first.
But yeah, like I saw Iron Man, saw Captain America, saw Avengers. Pretty sure I saw Iron Man 2. Yeah, I saw Iron Man 2, which I think came out before Avengers.
Iron Man 2. Yeah.
Um,
Because 3 was directly after Avengers. So
yeah.
2 was.
So yeah, saw Iron Man 1 and 2, Captain America, and Avengers, and then I saw nothing. Right up until, I think Guardians of the Galaxy. And like, I wanted to watch Guardians of the Galaxy for one reason and one reason only: Rocket Raccoon.
That's fair.
I wanted to see Rocket. And I was not let down. I was very happy with it. And then basically the same thing. I didn't watch really anything else. And then Doctor Strange came out. And like that was another one where I was like, I really want to see this. I'm very fascinated by this character. Because same thing with Rocket. They are characters that I first experienced in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And my brother, who grew up on comics and has always been a very big comic fan, had told me a bit about those characters. So I found them very interesting characters because I knew a little bit about them and kind of like what I was expecting from them on the big screen. So I went and watched those. And after I watched Doctor Strange, the setups that it does for like the greater narrative of things, I wanted to go back and watch all of them. And so I did. I marathoned the entire cinematic universe from the beginning, refreshed myself on the ones I had seen and just watched everything in order all the way up until that point and got myself all caught up. But then, yeah, after Endgame, I kind of fell off again. I was not really happy with Infinity War and Endgame.
I was gonna say, I don't think I actually went and watched through all of the Marvel movies until the build-up to Infinity War. Because I had by that point, I still had not seen Ultron. I still hadn't seen I hadn't seen the second Thor. There were just, like, I probably had not seen half of the movies that had come out by that point, building up to that.
Yeah.
So
That's fair.
Yeah, and then it turned out that it would kind of have been important to have seen at least most of them going into Infinity War, so you know exactly what
going
the deal
on,
is. You know, try to figure out where all these Infinity Stones came from, because apparently Guardians of the Galaxy was not the actual first time one has shown up, because apparently the Aether was one, and
yep, the Aether was one. The Tesseract had one.
Tesseract, yeah.
That was, I think, actually the first time we see one. Is the Tesseract in Avengers?
Captain America was before the second Thor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course it was, because.
Yeah.
Avengers. They all. Yeah. Okay. Huh.
Oh yeah, that's right. Tesseract's in Captain America too. Yeah. So yeah, the Tesseract would be the first one that we see, and then Avengers hints at Thanos in general.
Yeah. And they have the staff, the mind control staff, which apparently had an Infinity Stone in it the entire time, and it's like, why did Thanos not keep that one for himself?
Because he knew he could get it back.
Yeah, fair. It ends up being the last one he gets, too.
Ironically. Yeah. One thing... So, there's something that Guardians of the Galaxy 2 sets up that hasn't paid off yet.
Oh yeah, the gold people and what's his face?
Adam Warlock.
Adam, yeah.
And it was very interesting that they excluded Adam from the Infinity Saga because
in the I did some reading up on the comics.
Yeah.
He was the one who basically fixed everything.
Well, and
he's kind of sort of
he's the main wielder of the Soul Stone. So seeing how they did the Soul Stone was like a big, like, all right, how are they going to handle this going into Infinity War? And coming out of it, I like what Infinity War tried to do in theory, but in practice, I was not really happy with either of those movies, Infinity War or Endgame, because like with Infinity War, they have essentially 3 stories going on simultaneously, right? Where they have the group that's trying to stop Thanos early. They have Thor and
the Guardians of the Galaxy
and some of the Guardians trying to basically get him a new weapon.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have like the group on Earth. And like, okay, sure, like, these are all good plot lines individually, but like it feels like
they should have focused on maybe one fewer and given more time to the others.
Yeah, like it feels like each one is kind of like a half story almost. Like it's like everything kind of feels disjointed, and like it does kind of come together at the end, but like I wasn't super satisfied with it. There's a lot of things that just kind of seemed not well executed, like when they're all fighting Thanos and they're pulling the gauntlet off and they kind of like have him on the ropes. Just cut off his fucking arm.
Yeah.
Like what the there's so many things wrong with that scene and like how it's executed, or it's like they
yeah, I mean it's cuz they do, I think they establish earlier in the same movie that Doctor Strange's portals, like, if one closes on you, it basically cuts you in half, right? Don't they do that in Infinity War?
I think so.
I was thinking they did that to one of the Thanos' henchmen or something. But, yeah, there was a comic I saw that somebody drew on, like, Tumblr or something, where it's like, they're fighting Thanos, and he's basically, it's before they start fighting, so he's basically talking, like, ha, I'm Thanos, I'm powerful, you can't defeat me because I have Infinity Stones. And just a portal appears around his arm, closes, his arm disappears, he's like, what? holy shit! And then we see Doctor Strange just holding it and the middle finger is extended.
Yeah, like,
it's like, yeah, that would have been a much quicker way to deal with that, but it wouldn't have been quite as, impactful, and they need Thanos to win.
Yeah, and like, the best way I've seen it described is like, Infinity War wasn't actually about the heroes. It's Thanos' hero movie. Yeah. He's the protagonist. He's supposed to win. And like, that I'm fine with all that. It's just like, the general execution of stuff was just kind of muddy, I feel. I remember when I went to see Endgame.
It had a lot of plots to tie up.
Yeah.
And I would say they did the best they could. It was probably never going to be perfect, but what we got was good.
Yeah,
I liked
it's good enough. My biggest problem with Infinity War was like, they've been doing all this setup of like bringing all these heroes together and like setting up Thanos as this big bad, and it's like, what I wanted was a big fucking free-for-all brawl of everyone versus Thanos, and Endgame delivered on that, but there's other issues I have with Endgame. I feel like some of the characters that had their arcs resolved at the end of Endgame could have been resolved better, but like, it's also an issue of like, the actors are out of contract and they don't want to play the roles anymore, so it's like, okay, fine, sure, I get it.
I don't know, I think
I think Iron Man could have been done better. I don't think the way his narrative wrapped up was emotionally satisfying for me. Because, so, throughout his arc, he's had this thing about being, like, afraid to start a family. And, like, that's been, like, a constant contention for him. And they just kind of are like, oh yeah, some time has passed and he has a family now and he cares about that. And, like, that feels like such a cop-out compared to, like, his relationship with Peter, where, he's this sort of surrogate father figure to him because Peter Parker doesn't have a father figure. And he's kind of slowly building this relationship with him, and then that just kind of doesn't really go anywhere. Like, when Peter, like, gets snapped away in his arms, like, that should have been, like, a major moment leading to, like, his reasoning for a lot of stuff, and it doesn't. I don't know. It feels unsatisfying to me. Like, I feel like they could have done more with that than they did, and, like, that should have been, like, his big, like, family moment, is, like, realizing that I actually enjoy helping this kid and being a father figure to this kid. Maybe I can be a dad, kind of thing. And I don't think them killing him was a satisfying ending to his arc. It just feels like there could have been more done with it. But that's my opinion. I know a lot of people love that movie, but I do remember when I saw Endgame, we actually went and saw, like, 2 movies. I think it was the same day. We saw Endgame, and then we went and we saw the Code Geass movie, which was in theaters at the time.
That's right.
Far better movie. I was much more satisfied with that. There was one, like, bit of weirdness that I had to, like, sit there and be like, I know it's been a while since I watched the series, but isn't that character dead? I found out they retconned the death of one of the characters in the movies, because, like, there's the first 2 movies retell the series,
right,
and the third movie continues from the end. It continues specifically from the end of the movies, though, which cut out some stuff for time reasons, and it retcons one of the characters' deaths, so that they're still alive. And so, like, seeing them show up in the third movie, like, I had to do, like, wait, didn't you die? Like, am I forgetting something? Like, it really threw me off at first, and then, like, I looked it up later, and I was like, okay, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I didn't cry over this character's death 4 times, and they actually lived. But yeah. that movie does a very good job of kind of taking what they kind of left us with and like the teases they gave us at the end of the series and like really kind of pulling things full circle and giving a good resolution to characters. I've been wanting to watch it again. But like I want to watch through the series again because it's been a long time. And I started watching it and like got distracted from something.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah.
I started watching Gurren Lagann again a while ago. Got like 4 episodes in, and then I got distracted away from it again.
It's so easy to get distracted these days. There's so many other things to.
Yes, and when it's something you've already seen too, it's like you don't really have as
You're
much
not
of
as
a
motivated
investment
you know what
to
happens.
go on and keep on watching it. You know, it's like, oh, I'll start watching a few episodes, and it's like, oh, here's this thing I haven't seen 4 times already.
Yeah. I did finally hit that point with She-Ra.
Oh, really?
You know, after watching it like 3 times in a row, I haven't been able to get all the way through the 4th rewatch. I'm only on season 4.
So far, I have only watched it once.
Oh,
but,
God.
I
That's...
I tend to give shows a little bit of breathing room before I decide I want to rewatch it. So
normally I do too. That show just like it hit some very specific, very personal notes for me, and it's like I didn't want it to be over, so I just fucking rewatched it immediately. That show does some very interesting things with a few characters. I remember my first time watching it through. I felt like most of the good guy cast outside of like the core 3 felt very one-dimensional to me. But upon rewatching, like that immediate second rewatch where I was not as focused on like the main arc and like the main protagonists and the main antagonists and actually paying attention to the other characters around them a little more, I realized like, no, they actually have a lot going on. I was just distracted by the sassy cat girl and the muscly scorpion lady.
That's fair.
Which is completely legitimate.
Yeah, no kidding.
They have very, very good arcs for a lot of the characters in that show. That hit a lot of very personal topics for me.
Did you ever watch the Voltron on Netflix?
I didn't. I've heard it's mixed stuff. I've heard like it's pretty good, but then like there's a point where it gets like it doesn't end well.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I liked it. Yeah, I thought it was good. It is in fact raining.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can definitely understand some folks taking issue with
where it goes,
the way it ends and how it gets there, because it does. There's kind of an antagonist switch, you know, towards the end. So it's like you think it's probably close to over, and it turns out there's still a lot more to go. You know, kind of like the guy we're talking about, Borderlands, with its fake out ending.
Yeah.
It's like, it seems like it should be closer to the end than it is, but then some bullshit happens, and it's like, oh, actually, we've got all this other stuff to deal with before we can actually end it. And it's like, oh, okay. I mean, I like the show, so I'm not necessarily going to complain that it's still going when it seems like it should be about over, but it seems like it's kind of drawing things out for the sake of drawing things out and getting another season, and yeah. But, yeah, for the most part, it's good.
I'm trying to think of stuff that's like on my like need to watch list. I've been wanting to watch the new He-Man that Netflix did.
That is a thing that I have been going back and forth on deciding whether or not I need to see it.
I'm very curious about it. The trailer that they released, like when it was getting ready to come out, I was very impressed by. I was like, okay, the animation looks good. As long as the writing's good, like this looks like it'll be solid. I've heard some mixed stuff about it. I've heard like there's a lot of negative opinions on it, but I've also heard about some stuff they kind of do with it, and I think those things are the source of the negative opinions. And if they are, it's something that won't bother me at all, kind of thing. It's like where the story focuses and like what characters it focuses on, kind of thing.
Yeah. See, that's an interesting point, because when a lot of people get mad about something that you don't care about, it's like, okay, I mean,
yeah.
Are they saying that I shouldn't watch it because they didn't like it, or are they just, like, when it reaches a certain level of outrage over something that's like, okay, maybe this is an issue that you are very, very passionate in, and it has a very personal connection to you, that is not something that's going to cause a problem for me enjoying or not enjoying this piece of content that you are trying to, I don't know, get changed or taken down, or what is the goal of your outrage? Are you just mad because you want to be mad at something, or do you actually want something to be done about this piece of content that you're mad about? And yeah, because I saw an article where somebody, there's that game that just came out like a couple weeks ago, Boyfriend Dungeon.
Oh yeah.
I guess there's a content warning prefacing that game about some of the more
themes,
potentially uncomfortable subject matter in it.
There's some stuff in that.
And some people were still mad because that content was still in the game, even though there was a warning for it. They didn't think the warning was specific enough or big enough, or I don't know. They were mad because of the content in the game that they were warned about, and it's like, you know, they did you a favor by including that content warning at all, because I don't think, like, it's cool if they want to do it, but I don't think it's necessary.
They don't necessarily have to, but like, no, it's good to include. It's one of those things where it is something that I think they should include a content warning for.
Yeah, like sensitive subjects like that, like the one in question here. Like, I haven't played the game, I barely know anything about it, but according to the article, there's some
there's a character that is very uncomfortable. Uncomfortable
interactions between certain characters,
Yeah.
Infer from that what you will. Stuff like that warrants a content warning, I think, but they don't have to do that.
So
it's courteous of them to do that.
It comes down to two things. Because yes, I know exactly like the stuff that came up, and actually, so there were some complaints about it, and like they're like, okay, you know what? Like the game devs actually did say, you know what? We could have been a little more clear on this. They actually made an addendum to the content warning, and it's like they put a new content warning that's a bit more detailed about it. But yeah, essentially, there's a character that is
perfectly fine with that,
very much like a stalker, pretty much.
That was what I heard. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very bad. Like it gets very uncomfortable in certain parts of the game. But like, not everything has to be comfortable, right?
Yeah, like, that's the thing too.
That's part of creating an art. Like, no one goes to a horror movie and then is appalled when someone gets eviscerated, right?
Exactly.
Like, you kind of know what you're
getting into, and that's what the rating system is for.
Yeah.
And the concept of the genre to begin with, you don't go into a horror movie expecting, My Little Fucking Pony.
Yeah. But so like, that's the thing with there's a problem in video games where like everyone has this perception that games should always be fun and should never be uncomfortable, and it's like, well, yeah, sure, games are fun, but also like sometimes people want to and sometimes people want to tell a story. Yeah. Sometimes people want to address these matters in a way that is interactive, because it does help people understand those matters better when it's in an interactive form.
And sometimes they want to make something that's super challenging and has virtually no story at all. you can't be mad at a game for not being what you want it to be.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, a content warning for something, like, if it's unexpected, like, if it was a cartoony, fun game presented as, like a silly parody, I think you would be justified in expecting a content warning when it suddenly brings up this uncomfortable subject matter. So I can see somebody getting mad about that and wanting a more clear warning.
Yeah, but like the fact is, it did have a warning there.
It did have a warning.
And like, yes, it is a game that is kind of designed to be silly. Like, it's a dating sim dungeon crawl. Like, it's designed to be a silly premise, but they did want to do something with it. Part of it, though, is also this like perception of like purity in LGBT representation, of like, you can't ever have anything problematic, and it's like, no guys, that's not reality. Like, there are problematic people within that community, and we got to acknowledge that sometimes, even if it sucks to acknowledge that. Sometimes you got to acknowledge.
You can't pretend that these aren't real things that happen in real life to real people, because then it's like you're saying it doesn't happen to them.
Yeah. Personally, I only have one complaint about Boyfriend Dungeon from what I've seen of it and what I know of it. I haven't gotten a chance to get around to playing it myself, but I do have a friend who played all the way through it. And I have one complaint about the game. It's $20. It's over in 6 hours.
Oh.
Like, it's very short for being a dungeon crawler.
That sounds a little disappointing, but...
Yeah, like...
Maybe I'll get it on sale at some point. But
yeah, it's one of those things where it's like...
It did look like something that's like, oh, that seems like a funny kind of take on a dating sim dungeon crawler. That might actually be interesting to me, because I'm not usually into dating sims and visual novels unless there's some kind of other interesting thing going on.
Yeah.
So, like
kind of
Danganronpa and the Ace Attorney games are technically classified as visual novels, but there's puzzle solving elements, and you have to, even especially in the later Ace Attorney games, you have like there's a tell mechanic where a character is lying, and you have to pick up on, it's like, oh, when his middle finger twitches, that means he's lying when he says that word. Shit like that. Just a plain old visual novel, it's like, if I just wanted a story, I would just read an actual novel or a comic or something.
I mean, there is benefits to the visual novel format.
It also does depend on how well executed the idea is, and if it's a unique setting or concept, like the only other visual novel I can think of that I've genuinely enjoyed was Katawa Shoujo, which is the one that's a school for people with various disabilities, and it's like, okay, I can see that being interesting, and I like to get to know these characters and all that.
When I think of visual novels / dating sims that like pop out in my brain,
too many of them are. It's like, hey, tits, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah, no, and that's the problem with a lot of. It's a problem with a lot of what you see on Steam.
Yeah.
I'll say that. Because there's plenty of good visual novels out there that are more than that, but like a lot of what you see on Steam is the kind of the Sakura games.
Yeah.
But yeah, the ones that stick out in my mind when I think of like good visual novel is stuff like Honey Pop or Valhalla. Like, those are the games that stick out in my mind as like, I love these games. They're very good games. Like, Honey Pop is that one of those rare occasions where the game is about the tits and the ass, and it does actually have like lewd imagery in the game that you can unlock, but also it is a legitimately good match 3 puzzle game. Like, it has some of the most solid mechanics and is just like very well done. It has very clever writing that's just hilarious in a lot of occasions. And just sometimes you get to see boobs.
Yeah.
And it's one of the rare occasions where, like, yes, it has boobs, but that's not why you're buying it. Like, legitimately, it's just a good game with good writing.
I mean, maybe it is the reason you're
Well,
buying
yeah.
it. We're no judging there. I mean, if
Okay, it may
can't
be the
it's
reason
like
you
I said,
buy it.
you can't be mad at a game for not being what you want it to be. Just don't buy it. Just don't play it. Don't engage with it.
Let's put it this
and
way.
I don't engage with visual novels.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Honey
unless
Pop,
they're interesting,
like
different.
The tits and stuff may be the reason you buy it, but it's not going to be the reason you remember it. And you will remember it because the game is so ridiculous. Like, basically, the game starts with this like fairy shows up that like is basically trying to help you get women or whatever. I forget like the overarching narrative reason for it, but basically this fairy's helping you, and she's like, "We're gonna turn you into a Chad." And after you've like slept with and like whenever you sleep with a character, you get their panties as an item.
Of course.
Yeah. So like after you've collected the panties of all the like main characters in the game, there's various bonus characters, including the fairy, who like she has pink hair and wears like a pink outfit and stuff, and like you can learn different stuff about the characters as you interact with them, and you can like ask them questions and stuff. And like when you ask her what her favorite color is, it's my favorite line of dialogue in the game, because she just kind of is like, "Really? Are you serious? It's fucking pink, bitch." And it's so good. The delivery is amazing. The voice
as you were building up to that, I was like, okay, there's two ways that can go. There's the one where it's obvious, or the one where it's completely, like she's gonna say like green or something.
Yeah. No, it's fucking pink, bitch. It's like the delivery is so good. But yeah, there's also like there's a cat girl, and then there's like an alien. And after you've done all of them, like all the regular girls, all the bonus girls, then you get to like seduce the goddess of love.
Oh.
And
wow.
like that's the ultimate victory condition. And yeah, I haven't played the second game yet, but the second game takes that like ridiculousness and like turns it up to 11, where it's just like, all right, now it's double dates. So there's 2 of them.
Oh god.
And then they added this system that actually is a little counterintuitive to how it works, apparently. But like, as you get to know characters, you get to learn like negatives about them as well, which will have effects in like their puzzles, and actively makes the game harder. So in a way, it actually discourages learning more about the characters, because doing so has the potential of, oh, you learned a negative thing and now the game is harder. So it's like, that seems not well executed, but like I like what they were going for with it. Yeah, the I remember when the trailer came out, where it's like, it's this whole story about like these 2 like ancient beings called the Nymphogen, that are going to awaken, and like they need to find someone who can like sate these 2 powerful beings so they don't like start warring with each other and like destroy all known reality. And then like you just hear like the voice of the fairy from the first one, like, "I think I know someone."
Wow.
Oh
man.
Yeah, it's really silly and ridiculous. It's a very good puzzle game that just happens to be a lewd dating sim.
Yeah, those are...
The amount of times I have been surprised... Yeah, the amount of times I've been surprised by games that are, like, literally built to be, like, lewd games, just being solid games, like, recently,
and, I mean, even...
has been impressive.
Like, I was talking about Katawa Shoujo, that game has explicit sex scenes in it.
Yeah.
It just, it's not, like, the main thing. Like, it you have to really go through the entire story, and it's like just there.
Yeah, it's
as like part of a certain event or whatever. And
it's a
like,
thing you get at the end.
Not even at the end though.
Kind of thing. Well,
it's just like, I mean, man, I should go back and play that. There's probably been like 1,000 updates since the one time I completed a playthrough of that. But
yeah, there's a few games that I've played over the last year, actually, that were like that, where it's just like, this is a game that is purposely designed to be lewd, but like the gameplay mechanics are actually just really good, and it's like, I want to recommend this to people, but because of the subject matter, it's hard to do so.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I know what this looks like, and it is that, but it's not just that.
Yeah. Like, have you played Slay the Spire?
No, I have not.
Do you at least know Slay the Spire?
I have heard of it. I don't.
I
can't.
It's a deck builder roguelike. So you choose your character. Each character starts with a specific deck, and basically you go through battles, and you have attack cards, defense cards, and then like special cards depending on what character you're playing, right? That do different stuff. And basically, as you move through, like, you're moving up towards a boss. Like, there's so many stops before you get to a boss. You kind of choose which path you want to take. Sometimes you go towards more elite enemies, which are a little harder to beat. Sometimes you go towards, like, campfires where you can restore your health, or you can upgrade cards in your deck to more powerful versions. And you find, like, different items like you would in a roguelike that give you different special abilities and stuff. Like, oh, you start with +1 attack or whatever. But as you beat enemies, you get, like, a random assortment of cards, and you can choose to take one of 3 cards usually, or you can skip taking the card if you're happy with your deck and you don't want to, like, bog it down with too much stuff, right? Mm-hmm. So deck builder roguelikes are very much built around the idea of, like, deck management and having, like, what you need to do stuff without, like, bogging down your deck with too much extra shit, and, like, knowing when and where to, like, remove cards, which cards to pick up for certain builds, that sort of thing. Very, very good roguelike. I don't know if it'd be your thing, but it's a good game.
I'd have to take a look at it and see if it looks like something that...
I have sunk many hours into it. There's a game...
I do enjoy the occasional card game, so roguelike might be an interesting take on it.
There's a game that is basically Slay the Spire, but you're a succubus.
Oh. Okay.
And
I can imagine where this is probably going.
You get various sex scenes for defeating different enemies and stuff, but, like, the card game mechanics in it are very good, and there's some interesting decks you can build.
Wait, this actually sounds familiar. I might have actually seen the Steam page of this because...
It's called Last Evil. And
that does sound familiar.
It has that sort of, like...
I actually looked at that, because...
It has that sort of, like, not very well done, like, 3D models that kind of stick out.
The off-putting sort of...
Yeah, they're a little off-putting, but, like, the game is actually really good. Like...
Oh, man.
There's a deck that is just, like, the dominant way to get through the game. Like, so, when you play through the game... When you play through the game, when you get to the final boss, when the first time you play through the game, you're supposed to lose. Essentially, like, the way it's described is that you're like one of the last succubus. Like, humanity has kind of, like, beaten down all of the evil and stuff, and you're like, I'm on my way to go resurrect the Demon King so that we can take over the world again. And basically you get down there and he's like, yeah, no, it's not worth it. The succubus keep coming down here and I just keep, like, enslaving them, basically. And, like, because he's the Demon King, he has, like, that full control over you and just, like, basically puts you in a collar and, like, you can't do shit, and he, like, one-shots you and, like, game over kind of thing. Like, you're not supposed to win because you can't do enough damage to him to get through his health because, like, you're limited on the amount of, like, things you can do in your turn. And then after you've beaten the game once, you unlock hard mode, where, you know, a lot of stuff gets new attacks, a lot of stuff gets new, like, abilities that they'll hit you with, new enemy types will show up, but if you can get to the end of hard mode, you can actually beat the Demon King. At least that's how it's intended. There's a deck that if you build it just right, you can beat the Demon King the first time through.
Wow. Is that...
It's one of those things where it's like, you have a very small deck, and you have a card that, like, you can play for 0 that does like more damage for every card you've played the turn, and then you have a bunch of cards that draw cards. Except when you draw, anything that's in your discard just goes back into your deck, and your deck's small enough that you're just constantly redrawing the same stuff.
Nice.
So you play a bunch of like 0 cost cards that say, I increase my attack power, and then you just play this like one thing that's just like, I hit you for 1,000 damage or whatever.
Oh man, that's...
It's a really like powerful
God.
deck build, but it's very like, you have to get the right stuff and you have to set it up right. Like it doesn't work every time because sometimes
reminds me of
card RNG just fucks you over.
Of an absolutely ridiculous Hearthstone combo, because there are cards that increase your HP for a card. You know, it's like adds +2 to HP or double your HP or whatever. There's also a card that makes a card's attack equal to its HP. So you position a card right between 2 characters that say increase the HP by 1 of adjacent characters or whatever, you know? And then you play a bunch of cards that add small amounts to HP. You play the card that doubles its HP. You play the other card that doubles its HP, because you can have 2 copies of each one in your deck.
Right.
At this point, depending on which card you started with, if it already had high attack, you could have, or high HP, you can have a card that has potentially 80 to 90 HP. And then you play the card that makes its attack equal to its HP.
Yup.
So you have potentially a 90-90 card just sitting there on your side of the field waiting to one-shot the enemy player if they don't have any taunts in the way.
There's actually stuff like that pops up all the time in Magic the Gathering, where it's just like, so...
Or, in my case, the other guy plays Mind Control and snakes it to his side and one-shots you with your own card.
Back in the day, when I played a lot of Magic, there was a deck build out there. So there's a creature type called Walls. And Walls are, as they sound, walls. They usually have 0 attack. Sometimes they have 1 or 2. But they'll usually have 0 attack and like a bunch of health. And they have the rule that they cannot attack.
Oh yeah, there's something like that in Hearthstone.
Yeah. There are cards that will boost the toughness specifically of walls by a large amount, like much larger than normal, because normally they can't attack. They're just there to block shit. Yeah. But you do that, and then there's a card that says walls can attack.
Oh, shit.
And then you play a card that flips the toughness and the attack so that now their health is their attack value instead. And oops, suddenly...
Oh, man, I love crazy shit like that. Like,
I love...
I'm not a...
silly...
Not super into most card games, but I did get really into Hearthstone for a while. I haven't played it as much lately.
Yeah.
And I'm probably not going to while Blizzard is going through their,
all they're going
through their thing right now.
Yeah.
And, yeah, nobody should be playing any Blizzard games right now, but...
Yeah, no, that's fair. I missed Duelist.
That was a good one.
That one was so cool. I loved the Mechazord deck. Mechazord was such a cool... It was basically Exodia. There were a bunch of cards that were like Helm of Mechazord, Wing of Mechazord, or whatever. And like it would play like a little robot unit that was like, had a couple stats, but after you played 5 of them, any combination of 5,
I know where this is
you
going.
could summon Mechazord, which was a 8/8
awesome.
with like, it had the drop ability, so you can put it wherever you want. And then it had like ranged attacks, so it could just shoot across the map. So you would just kind of put it in the back. But then there were other cards that were like, if you play like a mech, add a copy of it to your hand.
Oh.
So when you play Mechazord, you get a second Mechazord, and then you can play the second Mechazord, and you get a third Mechazord.
Oh no!
Eventually, you're gonna lose to my Mechazord army.
Wow.
It was a fun, like, it wasn't a good deck, like, it wasn't top tier or anything, but it was fun. And,
yeah, no kidding.
I like stuff like that in card games where it's like, this may not be top tier, quote unquote, but it's fun. I've always liked deck building around a theme.
Yeah.
And it's something I really love about the Final Fantasy card game, is it very much lends itself to decks built around themes. Because a lot of cards around certain themes will interact really well with each other.
Yeah.
So, like, you can choose, like, oh, what's your favorite Final Fantasy game? Is it Final Fantasy VIII? Is it World of Final Fantasy? Is it some other mobile spin-off? You can make a deck specifically built around those.
Wow.
Or even if it's just like a certain character or a certain job class, like you could build a Black Mage deck. You know, and there are advantages to building a Black Mage deck because most Black Mages will synergize with each other in one way or another. So it's just a really cool deck. Or, you know, if you want to build on like normal deck building strategies for card games, like if you want to build a control deck, there are cards designed to control the other opponent's hand and stuff. So like there's options there for like your normal deck building, or like you can go very heavy with themed deck building and have a very cohesive deck. So it's really cool. Like, I have a Chocobo deck. Chocobos are basically horde decks.
Oh dear.
It has a very weird mechanic for how attacks work, where like you declare an attack, and then they either block it or they don't, and they take 1 damage. And the damage is dealt from your deck, and if you take 7, that's how you lose. But generally it's like this thing attacks and then one thing can block it. But you can have things party up. So you have them attack as 1 unit, but it combines their values. So like if you have something on your defense with like a 9,000 power, and I just have a bunch of like little 2,000 power chocobos, I can have 5 of them group up together to attack as a 10,000 power, so that they can actually kill your thing without just me just throwing stuff at you and having it die. Because you could just be like, I block one, I block one, I block one.
Thousands necessary? It couldn't have just been 9 and a bunch of 1s. I mean,
yeah,
like that's
no, it's trust me, it's one of those card game things that, yeah, no, a lot of people hate that theming in card games, and I get it.
Yeah, no, that was when I was designing that SCP card game concept. That was something that I kind of ran into. I'm like, I have these values at like 100, 500.
Why not just make it
1 and 5?
Yeah,
and it freed up a lot of space on the card, so I could put other stuff on the card, and you know.
Yeah, and it I think it kind of depends on the game. Whether or not like it fits with like a theme thing. But
yeah, like with the Pokemon, it's like all 2 and 3 digit numbers, but you can do damage in increments of 10, so you're not gonna see.
Yeah, but
I mean, I guess it could be like a
Final Fantasy is all thousands.
All thousands, wow.
And I think it's mostly just because if it was just like a single number, it wouldn't be as noticeable on the card, like it wouldn't be as immediately readable, because it is just a single number that's like in the corner kind of thing.
Yeah, that's.
So I think it's mostly just like kind of to fill out that space. Where
I guess that I can see that, because
yeah,
depending on the design of the cards too, because like I put the stats on mine in like this big ol', you know, hazard diamond, because that's. I'm actually really proud of the design I came up with that, because that fits with the theme of these being dangerous objects that are categorized in certain ways, and I'm kind of mad that idea didn't go anywhere.
Sometimes it happens, man.
Yeah.
I've been there. But yeah,
like I was telling myself, like, okay, I'm gonna post this. I'm not gonna be mad if it doesn't go anywhere, because I have other ideas that I can do stuff with, and yeah, it didn't go anywhere, and I'm still mad.
Hey, it happens.
I mean, I had a spark of hope when one of the SCP tumblers like reblogged it, and it exploded for a while, but you know, that was firecrackers when I needed a nuke.
Yeah, no, that's fair. On that subject, real quick, I just like essentially the way Chocobo decks work is they're a horde, so you put a bunch of them out there, and they like bring other ones out quickly. And they gain extra bonuses for being partied up. So, like, it's not just like, oh yeah, I party these things up to combine their attacks. It's like, I party these things up, and they get a bunch of extra stats. But that's all I was going to say on that. But, speaking of just posting, like, a small thing on Tumblr and then seeing it explode, I still am getting notes on the homebrew race I did based on the Starlight Brigade music video.
Oh, really? That's still
still going
exploding?
around. Like
Wow.
every time I check them, I have at least one extra like or reblog from somewhere where it's just like,
Huh.
oh, that's still floating around, I guess.
Wow.
I haven't made anything that's spread like that, but like it's out there.
Yeah, like I still every once in a while, like that dice shaming post I made forever ago, where
Yeah.
I shot myself in the face after rolling 2 1s in a row.
Good times.
Every once in a while, something pops up. It's like, oh, somebody liked this post. I'm like, oh, that's like a year old already.
Yeah. I still never got around to doing the other races I wanted to do, but yeah. Making homebrew content for D&D is very draining. It's a lot of work and it doesn't always pay off.
Yeah, I mean
It's fun though.
that's basically everything. A lot of work and nothing comes out of it sometimes.
Yeah, it's also like extra hard because like there's that question of like, is this balanced for the game? And yeah, it's always a dubious thing
Yeah.
where it's like, does it matter if it's balanced? Would it be fun?
I mean, you could argue no, because if somebody needs to rebalance it for their purposes, they can just be like,
Yeah,
oh,
they can tweak things here and there.
Instead of 2 d6s, maybe make it 2 d4s. You know,
Yeah.
that seems a little more reasonable for this kind of thing. Yeah.
And I think with races it's a little easier, but like when stuff like my Risk of Rain Survivor class, which has not been tested at all still because I haven't gotten a chance to test it and it didn't really spread at all, so no one else has tested it. Like it's a whole class, you know, like balance tweaking that is a little different than just changing some numbers on like a race, you know, like
Yeah.
maybe this having dark vision and swimming and flying, maybe that's too much. Maybe we take away its flying. Like
Yeah,
that's one thing,
I
but
can see that being difficult to balance if nobody's testing it.
yeah, a class is a whole other thing, but it is what it is. I made it because it was a fun idea and I was having fun experimenting with it. And we'll see if I ever actually do something with it, or if I do a campaign where I make everyone play that class.
Just make it. It's like you don't get to pick your class. You are this.
You are a survivor. Choose your race.
Okay, can I be a cat person survivor?
Yes. Yes, you can. What are we at?
4.5 hours.
Okay. Probably a good...
That is probably overkill, even for what I was prepared to go to. I was like, 4.5 hours, that's...
Yeah, that might be a bit much. This is going to take a bit to export, too. So, probably should stop this here.
Okay.
Um,
If anybody is still listening to this, first of all, thank you. It does wonders for our watch time if you stick around and even have the video just playing in the background, whether you're actually listening to it or not. So thanks for that. If you're actually listening, actively so, more thanks. Comment or something, like it, I don't know.
let us know that you actually listened to us ramble for 4 hours, please.
Yeah.
I would
If
love
you want
to
to
hear
respond to anything we said, if you want to vehemently disagree with our choices and what constitutes a good game or not, if you want to send us death threats, I would prefer you didn't, because that's an extreme reaction to a very trivial concern. So maybe don't do that. And in fact, don't send death threats to anybody.
Death threats are bad.
That's a very bad thing to do, and people can actually take legal action against you if you do that. So don't do that.
Yep.
Don't send death threats to people. Don't send any kind of threats to people. Just generally don't be an asshole.
Yeah.
I feel like this outro got away from me.
I think it did.
Thanks for listening.
Just
Thanks for sticking around, even though we haven't been active for a year and a half. The Worms episode notwithstanding, that was supposed to be our big comeback, and we didn't end up getting a chance to record the following week because of work schedule shenaniganery. So yeah, we should be more or less regularly recording from here on out.
Hopefully, yeah.
And someday in the next coming weeks, that extra long Okami episode should go up. So it's going to be 3 already edited episodes plus a batch of unedited footage that I'm just gonna throw all back into Premiere and spit out as one big video with a short intro explaining why the hell this particular episode of Okami is like 2 hours long. So keep an eye out for that, unless you're listening to this particular episode like 5 years from now, in which case, yeah, you'll know why that particular episode of Okami is 2.5 hours long or whatever.
You will know things we don't. Tell us the future.
Yeah. Come back and leave a comment if we have 1,000 subscribers by this point, by the time you're listening to this.